Look at how much fun they're having. Look, seems like the pool party's got some fierce-looking guests. The Smog Zombie and Spitter Zombie have been added to WoW. They're not easy to deal with. Don't miss out on this summer showdown. We might need a janitor to come clear up the battleground. Hold on, an old friend from Winter has come to join our party too. How epic! Start creating with these new objects. The creator page now has a co-creation wallet feature, which displays your detailed creation earnings. Stay tuned.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all! Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! Reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Roll for all sentient beings.
Come check out WoW version 3.9 during this blistering summer. But watch out so you don't get blasted by ink. The new Ink Blaster fires ink in multiple different colors. Like other firearms, it deals damage, but it also splatters anything it hits with ink. Look at how much fun they're having! Look, seems like the pool party's got some fierce-looking guests. The Smog Zombie and Spitter Zombie have been added to WoW. They're not easy to deal with. Don't miss out on this summer showdown. We might need a janitor to come clear up the battleground. Hold on, an old friend from Winter has come to join our party too. How epic! Start creating with these new objects. The creator page now has a co-creation wallet feature, which displays your detailed creation earnings. Stay tuned.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectral Phage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all! Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! victory for all sentient beings.
Come check out WoW version 3.9 during this blistering summer. But watch out so you don't get blasted by ink. The new Ink Blaster fires ink in multiple different colors. Like other firearms, it deals damage, but it also splatters anything it hits with ink. Look at how much fun they're having. Look, seems like the pool party's got some fierce-looking guests. The Smog Zombie and Spitter Zombie have been added to WoW. They're not easy to deal with. Don't miss out on this summer showdown. We might need a janitor to come clear up the battleground. Hold on, an old friend from Winter has come to join our party too. How epic! Start creating with these new objects. The creator page now has a co-creation wallet feature, which displays your detailed creation earnings. Stay tuned.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all! Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Cybertron's future is near. Robots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Come check out WoW version 3.9 during this blistering summer. But watch out so you don't get blasted by ink. The new Ink Blaster fires ink in multiple different colors. Like other firearms, it deals damage, but it also splatters anything it hits with ink. Look at how much fun they're having. Look, seems like the pool party's got some fierce-looking guests. The Smog Zombie and Spitter Zombie have been added to WoW. They're not easy to deal with. Don't miss out on this summer showdown. We might need a janitor to come clear up the battleground. Hold on, an old friend from Winter has come to join our party too. How epic! Start creating with these new objects. The creator page now has a co-creation wallet feature, which displays your detailed creation earnings. Stay tuned.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all! Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Come check out WoW version 3.9 during this blistering summer. But watch out so you don't get blasted by ink. The new Ink Blaster fires ink in multiple different colors. Like other firearms, it deals damage, but it also splatters anything it hits with ink. Look at how much fun they're having. Look, seems like the pool party's got some fierce-looking guests. The Smog Zombie and Spitter Zombie have been added to WoW. They're not easy to deal with. Don't miss out on this summer showdown. We might need a janitor to come clear up the battleground. Hold on, an old friend from Winter has come to join our party too. How epic! Start creating with these new objects. The creator page now has a co-creation wallet feature, which displays your detailed creation earnings. Stay tuned.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all! Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Come check out WoW version 3.9 during this blistering summer. But watch out so you don't get blasted by ink. The new Ink Blaster fires ink in multiple different colors. Like other firearms, it deals damage, but it also splatters anything it hits with ink. Look at how much fun they're having. Look, seems like the pool party's got some fierce-looking guests. The Smog Zombie and Spitter Zombie have been added to WoW. They're not easy to deal with. Don't miss out on this summer showdown. We might need a janitor to come clear up the battleground. Hold on, an old friend from Winter has come to join our party too. How epic! Start creating with these new objects. The creator page now has a co-creation wallet feature, which displays your detailed creation earnings. Stay tuned.
highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! Reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new load of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Training Ground Nepal Pro Season number 2. Once again, after the successful PMTG Season number 1, we are back with another action, with a new season for you guys. But today on the desk, it is Torix and Annie with you guys. But yeah, it kind of happens. Sometimes it happens. You don't worry about those minuscule mistakes. But Annie, welcome to the desk. How you been?
I mean, I've been good since the last season, and I'm so excited for this next season. And we're over here. We have our PUBG teams. We have a lot of things to look forward to later on. But for now, Torix, what are we waiting for here?
We're actually waiting for the matches because it is just like the it's a no-brainer really. At this point. If we're waiting for the matches to occur, we want to see those teams take the fight against each other. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a 3 days of intense action where you will see all those invited teams from Central Asia, Central South Asia, and even the Pakistan region go up head-to-head against each other in a tussle for the battle, for the training of their PMWC or all the other glorious event that they're going to have for themselves. But going into the team preview, the teams that will be joining us for this whole section of 3 days, it's DRS, AEROMACY, RB, DRX, DK, KINOTROPE, but there's a Falcon, Vampire, EARENA, TS, A7, YANGON, APG, HORAA,
4 Thrives, BLUZZ, BTR, and A1 RG.
Yeah, absolutely. These are some really familiar teams, and you can see from the flags there's actually a lot of countries that are like representing this one tournament, and I'm really excited for that. And just speaking of these teams, there's some really familiar ones. For example, BTR, DRX, AST, Team Secret. That's absolutely amazing, and I'm really excited to see how these teams will play out against each other. Because I mean, these teams, I've seen them for maybe months, maybe even years. They've been in this PUBG community, and of course, here is the point system. Number 1 rank will be getting 10 points. This is the placement points, by the way. 10 points. Second place gets. Okay, oh, wait. wait, 12 points, and third place is 10, fourth is 4 points, fifth is it okay?
No,
I'm not quite sure, but yeah,
it's not correct. It's
Okay.
not correct.
I don't know what to do.
You're getting more points. No, that doesn't work, ladies and gentlemen. But let me tell you the actual points. So it's 10 for number 1, 6 for number 2, 5 for number 3, 4 for number 4, 3 for number 5, 2 for number 6, 7 and 8 get 1, with 1 elimination equals each point. Going into the match schedule of today, it's going to be 6 intense matches. Rondo being on the very start, and I love that. I'm all about Rondo, and I'm all about Sanhok. We're getting a Rondo, we're getting Sanhok, we're getting the best of both of those games. Then we have Miramar, Erangel, 2 sets of them, 1 after Rondo, 1 after Sanhok.
Yeah, and this is crazy. I mean, we have the Miramar and the Erangel, which is pretty much the staples for a lot of these competitions. But of course, we have the Sanhok sprinkled on the 4th map, and this is my favorite, Rondo. I don't see this map a lot, but this is where it gets interesting, because a lot of teams, I'm sure they don't train a lot on this map. So there's a lot of uncertainties. There's a lot of things that there's a lot of surprises waiting for them, and I'm sure the teams are gonna have a lot of fun. So you know what, 6 maps for today, and I'm just so all for it. And especially since the lineup of teams participating tonight is like absolutely amazing, I'm just like so excited for later on.
I mean, I love this as well. The amount of games that the teams have, like 6 games in a single day, it definitely brings up some better of the game styles for the teams. And alongside of that, we also have that one single particular factor that where the teams will be playing the Rondo, they will have absolutely no idea on what they want to do. The first match is going to be very destructive, very, very conclusive on how the momentum is going to be set for the teams, because everybody's going to be just running around everywhere. None of these teams, from what I know personally, know totally on what Rondo is based off, how Rondo actually works. So it's going to be a matter of factor of those big cities being taken over, those clash in those big cities because of that, because nobody knows the exact good locations for the good loot, good arsenal, like you used to see in Erangel or the Miramar or even Sanhok. Usually that the teams even go to those smallest compounds, get those guns for themselves. But here we go. I think we're about to head into the match. But wait a second. Did we miss something, or do I see this Erangel?
We'll know really soon once the screen goes like a goodbye. Yep, we are in Erangel. So Rondo was a fever dream, and we'll be starting off with a flight path from north going all the way to Noye, the southeastern side. And I don't know if we're gonna suddenly change the screen, because this is definitely not Rondo, but yeah, well, it looks like this will be our first match for today. We'll be seeing these teams drop out in their favorite spots, and it'll be a little bit easy, even though the flight path is a bit biased towards the east. Everyone has a pretty good area to drop off to. They can go ahead, go to school, Pochinki farm, perhaps even the military base, but probably not Giorgio Pool, definitely not the quarry.
I mean, yeah, but the circle, that's the main question, where the circle is going to take the shift. Is it going to go toward the western side, the Gatka, the quarry regions, or it's going to stay close to the proximity of this plane line? So far, yes, Napoleana. Not even a single team contesting
Ooh.
over there, but Northern Angle it is. Northern shift of this circle. Severny is being contested by R8 somewhat, as they are going near the Severny outskirts of that as well. So there's a lot of versatility going on for the teams. Vampire Esports. I see one player that's just away from the rest of his team, and he might be into the place where he can get those eliminations for himself or get eliminated. But DRX, they have successfully found Murado. Now using that Murado, all the 4 players are going to be into a safer angle, going to go towards their own designated drop locations where they will get all of the loot, every single thing that they can possibly get. But here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. So far, no points for the teams, but already Vampire and DK. This is one name that has received a little bit of damage.
Yeah, I see right there on the leaderboards. But yeah, surprisingly, even though there's some teams that kind of overlap on the drop-off points, there's still 64 players on the screen, and of course, nothing popping up in the kill feed just yet. There's no knocks. Maybe just a smidget of HP being depleted. Maybe it's just they kind of tripped and fell or something. But for here, we're looking at Samsa is actually trying to get some bullets in, but that's not gonna be getting anything on the kill feed just yet.
I mean, that is absolutely true. So far, 16 out of 16 teams, and all of them, every single one of them, went to a safe location. Not even a single clash in our screen so far. But yeah, there's still going to be a lot of factors, crucial factors that will have to see on how we can get it maximized, how the teams will get their arsenal maximized, their loot. It's Akaban, I do believe so, in the hand of one of the DPLUS Kia's player with 1897 of the shotgun. Then we have A1 RG Esports. Sinister is here from A1, but they have RG now right next to their name. That's a new thing, because last event they were just A1, now it's A1 RG. So definitely before the WC is gonna happen, there's a lot of gonna be changes around into the area. But for Thrives, I want to see them as well. So far it is A1 just at the shelter, not doing anything, and the prison, getting their arsenals, just chilling around. But I want to see those teams that are close to each other's proximity, that has the chance of actually engaging a fight.
Yeah, I mean, me too. I did see that a while ago in the map, but I guess they didn't engage, or maybe there's a team that kind of rotated into another area. They're like, yeah, we're not risking it, not in the first map anyway. But yeah, here we are, nothing happening, and we're already almost 5 minutes into the game. So pretty interesting, and everyone's just kind of getting the loot. And we gotta talk about the circle as well. There's maybe 40% of the circle was out of bounds. So I don't know. This is gonna be interesting, especially since this is just stage 1 and there's a lot of land lost already. We're gonna be expecting a lot of these teams are gonna go get their vehicles, especially that landed towards this. They're definitely gonna have to go ahead and think about their travel to the safe zone. So with that, I mean, we're seeing BIGETRON by Vitality right now. They're on their way. They all have their vehicles. They're all rotating towards the north, and I'm just gonna assume everyone just got a really good amount of resources, and they're out for blood now.
I mean, so far, yes, the situation is good, but we will have to see what the teams are going to do. DRS Cyclone on our screen so far. The rest of his team is here as well, with example with Yeta Uta and Samza. All the 4 players, they're ready. But A1 RG close to the DRS. The fight can ensue. It can initialize, but nope. Cyclone was like, yeah, let them go. Not gonna bother with this, because it's going to be a first fight of the day as well, for the match as well. So they don't want to be the aggressor. They kind of want to be one of the teams that actually secure some decent number of points for themselves. But Cyclone now is pushing forward. He's going into the same direction where A1 RG actually went through. But KINOTROPE at the shooting range. In fact, at the very northern, they have the circle. And yes, Annie, as you already have mentioned, there's a 40% of the area completely out of the bound. You have to be into the waters to kind of get into that circle as well if you want to be. But yeah, 40% not playable. The rest 60, all the teams are gonna go.
Yeah, and that's gonna be really interesting. And I don't know if this is gonna be a really quick game, but just saying, 7 minutes into the game, we're still 64 players up, and there are some close encounters, especially with A1 RG just a while ago with another team. I can't quite remember, but I remember it was a purple name. But there were two teams that were so close to each other, but there was no engagement that happened. So I guess since this is game number 1 for this whole tournament, everyone of playing it safe, and I'm sure in like the last day, in the last few maps, they're gonna be going all out and not thinking about playing safe so much. But since this is the first map, everyone's just kind of, playing it safe, trying to hope that they don't get picked off really easily. And of course, we saw that stage number 1 circle closing in. The blue zone is eating up almost half of the map at this point. And yeah, that circle's still unforgiving, so this is gonna be really fun later on.
Oh yeah, we did definitely had a peek of the circle so far, but properly what we're gonna see the circle is gonna be after the 20 seconds marker when it's about to close. But so far, not a single team outside of the blue taking the blue damage, or even into the close proximity of another one that can actually get into the fight. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, 10 more seconds before the circle closes on. Stage number 1's gonna end. We're gonna see the stage number 2 where it's gonna be headed over into, but at the same time, DPLUS Kia, I see them into the minimap close to another proximity of another team, but the stage number 2 has already been made. DPLUS Kia, I do believe so, they're still in the circle, but one thing we will know for sure, as soon as they're gonna get out of the car, we're finally gonna see if there is a travel distance between them and the circle or not. But car drawn by vitality, just think that that's new, that's unique. Here we go, third shift.
I love that.
Still in Turk. I actually love it too.
Yeah, I absolutely love this circle. I mean, 10% water, and that's already seeing the second circle being so chaotic. But over here, we're seeing something popping up. X is unfortunately losing their players one after the really unfortunate. Taking a look at the leaderboards, 2 knockdown. Okay, there we go with that last run over with the blue card. That is an elimination. The first one for this whole tournament. DRX will say goodbye for now, and with that, it's actually EARENA that's gonna be walking away with 3 eliminations, and KN gets team 1 as well. So I mean, that's one team down, but it's definitely not over just yet. A VPE is also taking some damage. Meowla has been eliminated off, and I think over here we can see on our screen Opluskia is also nearby another team, and HORAA Esports near BTR as well. All of a sudden in the 10-minute mark, 3 different engagements all over the map. That's absolutely crazy.
Oh yeah, it's absolutely crazy. This is the stage number 2, and within that stage number 2, as soon as it got made, we had that 1 casualty into the area. DRX fully getting eliminated. DRX now fighting against the YANGON Galacticos. There's 2 down of the YANGONs. Master Smile is going to get fully finished off. His smile is going to be faded from his face as he will be moving back to the lobby. Another with the second guy of the YANGON Galacticos also being finished off. DRS, that's the 2 elimination that they're going to have. But Sake in the front, kind of get out, throwing grenade. But finally, going to put the pin on. He's at the but not enough. Get those down the place. There's that like crucial on the team. You want to do at this point. You can see in the 4th that the but not back up, throwing those days, throwing the days as well. Kill is going on as a thrive. A lot more in the proxy.
Absolutely. And just having fun here. DRS Samsa is playing it really safe, but of course trying to get some damage in. And right now, Samsa still has 2 eliminations on their side, trying to see if they can find their third. Doesn't seem that they're dealing any damage, but all the while in the kill feed, looks like No Fear HORAA is actually saying goodbye, and a White finally gets a dig out of DRS, takes down one of their players, and so with that, Yeta Uta will be saying goodbye, leaving DRS as a 3-man team. But of course, it's not over just yet. Samsa is trying their best to try to put a lot of damage in, and he has 5 grenades right now. And of course, we're taking a look at what HORAA Esports is up to. It looks like 4T is within their crosshairs. They have the information that they're within that house. Crosshairs hot, sleepy, trying to see if they can find some movement, and with that they traded blows. But it's not gonna be enough for a knockdown on either side. You go HORAA, doing those throwables, trying to rotate into the area, and they have to worry about BTR nearby as well. But of course, they'll be dealing with 4Q first, and now DRS are finally outside of that building. It looks like YG and DRS are out in the open now, just trading bullets, and it looks like YANGON Galacticos will be saying goodbye, but DRS is also hanging only 1 healthy player left, 2 needing that revive, and that blue zone's eating them up.
I mean, the way the fight's happening, I just love it. I just love the kid that's going around. Team Secret now being a upon. There we go. A1 RG with the Molotovs, the throwables, they're making sure the short work of the players. That's 4th try also gets eliminated. They're going around, getting those 2 eliminations for themselves. But there we go. Frankie taken down by A1 RG. Down by the hand of A1. Frankie has been finished off. CJ Boy, so a utility as well to healing himself, but the jump to man to get 1 as well. That's A1 RG. 1 knockdown, 1 finished off. 3rd, 4th players are making sure that the rest of the players can get a little bit. What a single instant vanish for elimination for themselves. Sure, they're 3rd player act survive, but now get out. There's some camel are coming into club, making sure his team is gonna.
There we have it. A lot of there's a lot of action going on right now. We're looking at BTR, still not out of the war zone, definitely, and they have to worry about another team. But of course, off camera, Vampire Esports will be seeing get down to 10 teams left, and Ryzy needs a revive on the side of BIGETRON by Vitality, and they definitely have to do something about their situation right now. They already lost Bumblebee. They need to revive Ryzy, and that goes the same with Curie just now. Now it's just Federalis that's carrying their team. Actually gets a knockdown all by himself. And yes, they still have the opportunity for those revives, but just looking at the number of eliminations, they only have a 1 so far. Over here, we're looking at Tribe AEROMACY. Oh my gosh! Actually, BTR got eliminated just now. But of course, we're looking at Tribe AEROMACY also. They're also a little bit in trouble. Yante needs a revive. That goes the same with Zoe as well. Now it's just Riggs, very low on health, manages to heal themselves up before, you know, someone swoops in as a 3rd party, and there's actually trouble looming around. There's actually 2 teams in nearby, but you know what, they'll probably get this in the bag, and Rig is playing this really safe, trying to this shed. It's definitely not as it's not as safe to go ahead and get that revives, but they definitely have to do it. There's someone outside. Potential 2-1. Jiggle HORAA trying to get those shots in. Gets 1. 1 more. Take down Riggs, and it'll be Zoe. That's all that's left. One more bullet, and actually HORAA Esports will be eliminated completely.
I mean, you just on our screen, we have to. We're gonna put off R8 in northern side, but Pro, you can see them close. What we've done happen and how things are form it up. But okay, so far, he's doing this thing. Push, aggressing, and he does fine. Turn cat. He's trying this level to get activity, but one more shot, and it's gonna be.
Absolutely. And so we're looking at KINOTROPE right now. And it's just Tamara that's all that's left. But they are doing really well. We're seeing 6 eliminations on their side already. But Tamara, they get spotted by Tribe AEROMACY. They're gonna be in trouble because I mean just looking at the numbers disadvantage on their side. But it's not gonna stop Tamara. It's gonna be throwing that grenade. Unfortunately, won't be getting that damage in against ASC just yet, but Tamara choosing to fight another team. See Smoke, 81 Archie actually gets wiped out by DRS. And with that, trying to see if they can find another kill. So far, 7 kills on the side of DRS. KN with 6. These are some 2 teams that are doing really well. So alongside EA as well with 6 kills. And A1 RG, before they got eliminated, they got 5. HORAA with 4 as well. And R8 with 3. So, you know what? This is going to be pretty fun. We're seeing that circle close in a really small area. And there are several teams outside of that play zone. So, you know what? This is going to be interesting. There are a lot of good teams with really good prospects. And I'm sure with this first map, we're going to be keeping an eye out, especially for DRS with the most of eliminations. And of course, KN and EA lagging with just 1 point. And they're actually seeing, speaking of EA, one of their teammates got knocked down. But looking at the numbers advantage, actually DRS and EA are doing really well. And with KN, Tamra still hiding out, still hasn't been spotted. Just trying to get some placement points in the bag. Yeah. Basically, we're looking at the arena as well. Yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely looking at these top 7 teams, ladies and gentlemen. From this point onward, the situation is kind of not going well for them. But Mormon, Alpha Gaming, and aside from that Alpha Gaming, there's also the DRS in this area taking those fight as AST is also here. The Molotovs are going. Samza throwing a Molotov. Let's see what's gonna happen as he's cooking a grenade. 9 grenade. This guy is insane. He doesn't have the bullets, but he has a lot of grenades onto his name. He's gonna throw one, not gonna connect. Second one being cooked. He's gonna throw it up again. No connectivity whatsoever, but he's the one that's gonna get the connectivity. He's gonna be down. Cyclone from an off angle, from a third party angle. He has the potential to take the players down, but as Tribe AEROMACY is behind his buggy, Example now knows the location. He's gonna throw the Molotov. He's gonna make sure that the player burns it off. And Example healing himself in the midst of that. Alpha Gaming back on all for our area in there. The Cyclone also losing finished. Something or gets finished. Oh, the area Cyclone throwing the grenade again, but that's grenade, some grenade that makes sure work right on it.
Yeah, definitely. Now we're down to 4 last teams and 10 players, and just like that, just like a snap of a finger, a lot of players dropped like flies, and it's actually amazing to watch. And this is interesting because DK is only down to 1 player left off of gaming. We're taking a look at the 3-player team, and they're doing really well. They have 6 eliminations and they're still alive, so they're gonna be getting a lot of placement points out of this game. But over there, it looks like DK is also going down. Now we're down to 3 teams, 9 players each. But that's DRS Gaming, 2 players, EARENA with 4, and I didn't quite catch the last. That's actually Alpha Gaming, which is like 3 players as well. They have the lower part of this hill. They see DRS throwing some grenades. nothing popping up in the kill feed just yet, but definitely they're trying to see if they can get their strategies in the bag. But right now, they're face to face with DRS, and EARENA is kind of a little bit far off. Samsa getting those sprays on against Mormon. One more bullet in, and they'll be finished. But unfortunately, he won't be getting that just yet.
Yeah, so far he's not gonna get that. One more grenade would have been enough, but so far it's not. Samsa once again trying to get into the cover. Alpha Gaming is also closing on. He's outside of the area. He can't stay here for too long. The Molotov's gonna come. Grenade's gonna go. Zeol's gonna receive a lot of damage, but fortunately for Zeol, he's still gonna be alive. But a grenade comes over from Zeol and instantly finishes off Samsa. DRS out of the match, out of the bounds. Top 2 teams it is, ladies and gentlemen. Top 2 it is. 3 versus 4. EARENA, 9 elimination with 4-man standings. They're all getting taken down. That's 12. We're gonna witness a winner chicken dinner. 22 points maybe in a single match. Grenade, another one goes over. Rifa is gonna receive that damage. He walks straight up into that. 1897 on the hand of Tourniquet, closing in. Only 2 more bullets. 1 more bullet. Can you get that 1 bullet connectivity? The answer is no. He's gonna go for the reload. Jump fire on 2 of the players. Not a single connection, but the rest of the players are gonna come in. It's a winner chicken dinner for the EARENA, getting 12 eliminations to their number with 22 total points.
That's absolutely crazy. And this is a really good one for EARENA. This is our first map, and already they're showing the competition what they're made of, and that's absolutely crazy. But there are actually a lot of notable teams that racked up a lot of points. Maybe 6 eliminations, 7, perhaps 8. So, you know what? I'm excited to see what the overall rankings and, of course, the match rankings will look like, because there's a lot of really good teams over here. And, of course, there's some fan favorite teams out there that kind of fell off towards the start of the game. They got eliminated off early. Don't worry, there's still a lot of maps even for today. There's still 5 more matches. There's still a few more days left on this tournament. So, you know, nothing to worry about. But right now we are celebrating the winner chicken dinner for EARENA. Absolutely good performance coming in from them.
Yeah, EARENA did an absolute banger performance in this match. They did a really tremendous job, not only just surviving with all the 4 players till the very end, but they were aggressing constantly. 9 elimination, 12 elimination with a winner chicken dinner is a big number, is a huge number. That means that you were from the 3rd, maybe 4th stage onward, you were constantly getting in some kind of fight, some kind of engagements, and you were making sure that your name was lighting up into the kill feed section as well. But aside from that, yes, it is just the start. This is just the first match. We can't just assume all the performance based off of this single match, so we will have to wait out for the rest of the matches to be played, day number 1 to conclude. Then we can safely assume and that, okay, this team is being pressurized, this team is the one that's putting the pressure on the rest of the lobby, rest of the teams and everything, and judging from that, statistically we can deduce which team might be ready for their next step, next move. Aside from the PMTG, EARENA is the name. Number 1 overall, elimination-wise, 12 total elimination. Damage dealt is 1,590. 53.3 kilometers of the total distance traveled in this match, and throwables that this team utilized is 22.
Yes, lots of really good stats coming in, and these are the individual stats for each player. That's 6 whole total eliminations for Joker from EARENA. Tourniquet with 3, Mormon with 2, and 456 with 1. And looking at the damage dealt, everyone kind of pulled their weight, you know. We have a 536 for Mormon, 495 for Joker, 344 for Tourniquet, and of course 456 with 215 damage dealt. And that is your winner chicken dinner team for today. They set the standard, they set the tone for this day, for this whole tournament, and they gave an absolutely beautiful performance. And yeah, this is the match summary. We did see 60 whole eliminations, 6 grenade eliminations, 1 airdrop looted, 23 vehicle eliminations. That's actually quite a lot. And 6,713 healing done. And of course, A1 with 322 meters. Actually, that's actually kind of hard to
I
believe.
think those are
23
rescues.
vehicle.
I think those are
maybe.
rescues, 23 rescues. But
Right.
we do have to change that. We will do have to change that. Aside from that, going into the MVP of the match, it is none other than the DRS Kilo IT. Even though DRS got eliminated, they went out with a style, getting a winner like MVP to their name. 6 elimination is a huge number, but going into the match leaderboard, it is EARENA 22 total points, a DRS 15 total points, 10 with just the elimination. Third position that they got eliminated on, APG Alpha Gaming with 13, KINOTROPE with 9, then we have DK with 6 alongside of AST with 5 for A1 RG, R8 has 4 for HORAA, 3 for BLUZZ, 2 for Team Secrets, and 4 Thrives. YANGON, Galacticos, BTR having 1, but 2 donuts for DRX and Vampire Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one game. I'm hoping to see a lot of improvement, especially for the teams towards the second half of this leaderboards. And there's some really good teams that unfortunately didn't really make it well in this first match. But once again, there's a lot of chances to be had. And of course, for those teams that racked up a lot of points, that's a huge good start, especially for EARENA going in with 22 points already on the first map alone. And so with that, Torix, I mean, this sets the tone for the rest of the tournament, and it's absolutely amazing to just watch this match.
I mean, yeah, we do have to see that. It's an absolutely amazing match, number 1, that we just witnessed. But yes, there's a lot more to come. There's going to be Miramar, the next one, if we are running by the schedule, if this was supposed to be a Rondo. And with this, the next match should be Miramar. Then on Erangel's end, we might see Rondo we might see Rondos when it's time for the Erangel. That means one thing. I'm absolutely loving it. Rondo, straight up next match, Sanhok. Oh my god, 2 destructive maps to back. Then back again, we will be going into our main line of thing, the Erangel and the Miramar. But ladies and gentlemen, right now, before heading into the next match, we will be going for a short break. Do not go anywhere, stay with us. We'll be right back.
Look at how much fun they're having. Look, seems like the pool party's fierce-looking guest. The Smog Zombie and Spitter Zombie have been added to WoW.
It's anytime.
They're not easy to deal with. Don't miss out on this summer showdown.
No, we can't do that.
We might need a janitor to come
that.
clear up the battleground. Hold on, an old friend from Winter has come to join our party too. How epic! Start creating with these new objects. The creator page now has a co-creation wallet feature, which displays your detailed creation earnings. Stay tuned.
मैं कह रहा हूँ वो सही कर भाई, व्हीकल एलिमिनेशन सही कर स्पोर्ट्स मैच के समय में। मेरे ख्याल से टोटल रेस्क्यूज पे सेट था, उसको सही करो। और दूसरी चीज जो है सही करने वाली वो करो, अपना पॉइंट्स सिस्टम जो दिखा रहे थे नंबर 2 के 12 पॉइंट्स 10 दिखा रहे हैं, वो पूरा पुराना वाला पीएसडी क्यों डाल दी है, थोड़ी कर लेता है बंदा। इसके अलावा ये ऊपर काफेडस के ऊपर जो नीचे लिखा हुआ वो लिखा होना चाहिए उसको डे 1, या फिर उसको सिंपल जो है खत्म कर देना। काफेडस के बाद इंस्टेंटली हो जाएंगे ना गेम में, स्केड्यूल तो नहीं आएगा। नहीं, यानी कि वही कह रहा हूँ ना कि पता चले काफी डर से स्केड्यूल डायरेक्ट गेम।
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tube Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all.
It works.
Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Definitely.
welcome back once again to the PMTG Training Ground Tournament Season number 2. Match number 1 is done and dusted. In a short while, we will be going into our match number 2, but on the desk, it is once again me, Torix, and with me is Annie. Annie, welcome back to the show. How you been?
Yeah, I've been good, and I was just trying to unmute the call, but yeah, we're back in match number 2 on PUBG Mobile's training grounds, and we had a riveting match number 1, and that's supposed to be match number 2 on the graphics. Yeah, we're already going to be going to the second map, but on the lineup of the maps, it was supposed to be map number 1, Rondo, and it became Erangel. So there's a lot of things that could happen right now. It could either be a Rondo, it could either be a Miramar. So you know what? Lots of surprises already. So with that, I mean, it was a good first round, and there are lots of teams that did really well, and there are some teams that kind of fell off. So you know what? For the fans of those teams that kind of fell off in the first map,
Yeah.
we're crossing our fingers that they'll definitely improve later. But for the teams that are doing really well, especially EARENA with 22 points already, hopefully we see a lot of consistency from them.
I mean, yeah, the match number 1 that was played on Erangel, we did saw the schedule on the bottom lines, the lower third, that the next match will be Miramar. Third one is going to be Rondo. Then we're going to move into the Sanhok, then Miramar, then Erangel at the very end. So these are the match schedule for today. But yes, I'm really excited for the Miramar because after the Erangel, as there's a sudden change in pace, like look, there we go, Miramar, it will be match number 2. And I was just talking about the Miramar, the pace of the Miramar, how it actually goes over. The amount of destruction that happens into the Miramar match, it's completely phenomenal. You usually see some long distance fights, you usually see some long distance traveling going around for all of the teams, but yes, it's just about the time. We do wait for how the Miramar is going to work out for us.
Yeah, and this is exciting. I mean, Erangel and Miramar, there's a lot of these maps in, the usual competitions. And we see the teams, of course, they have a lot of experience, especially with Erangel and Miramar. For Sanhok, they still have, they still have a pretty general idea of what to expect. But still, if you ask the players, they're actually kind of have their... they kind of don't like Sanhok. There's a lot of uncertainties. But Rondo, however, Rondo is quite rare. And I'm sure a lot of these teams are going to be expecting the unexpected. And the fact that it's Rondo and then Sanhok, you know what? It's just 2 surprises in a row. So, you know what? Good luck to these teams. I think they'll have a lot of surprises to be had later on. But right now, not much surprises. We're going to be seeing our first Miramar map for tonight.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be our first Miramar map of the day. And for the teams, it's definitely going to be a definite destructive thing. But so far, we do have to know what's going to happen for the teams, how their drop location is going to affect them, or where in fact they are going to drop. The first thing that's going to be destructive is the plane line. It's going to dictate on where the teams will be dropping, whether it's going to be very aggressive drops or it's going to be a safe drop just like the Erangel one. But ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to take too much of your time. We're going to take you straight into the match number 2 That is Miramar. Well, Del Mar all the way to the Torre Ahumada.
I love that. I mean, the flight path is a bit forgiving. There's a lot of places that they can definitely land on. Maybe not Puerto Paraiso, but Los Leones, El Pozo, they're all pretty accessible. Even Campo Militar, if you have the patience to wait until the end of the flight path. And we can already see there are several teams that are dropping off in the far southwestern part of Miramar. And so with that, everyone's going in, everyone's trying their best to kind of, land in the best drop-off places possible, get those loots, get those resources. And we actually remember from the first Erangel map, the first circle was pretty funny. So if the game is gonna try to make another, laugh for all of us, maybe they'll go ahead and put the circle over there in Puerto Paraiso or something, half the circle in the water. That'll be something that will surprise the players. But we'll be finding that out really soon. The flight path is about to end. Everyone, actually, a lot of players are dropping off towards the eastern more than the western side. We can see HORAA actually probably going for Crater Fields or maybe like La Cabrera or El Pozo. But yeah, we're going to be seeing that circle, and it's going to be over there in the southwestern part of the map.
Oh yes, the circle's gonna take a very hard shift. Southwestern side it is. Going all the way. You can see the fight actually ensuing. Fourth versus BLUZZ. There's YANGON Galacticos also receiving those eliminations by the hand of A1 RG at this point. Right here, we do have to see what's gonna happen from this point onward. Fourth Thrives, Esports. Going around, IQ taking that angle, but no. At this point, you have to be careful with the Uzi because there's a UMP-45 on Gyro's hers, and you make a single mistake with that Uzi, and you're going to face that wrath of the UMP-45, and that's going to definitely hit you in a mid to long range quarter. UMP is much more stable than the Uzi at this point. There's BLUZZ, Axie on the left corner that can potentially see the player, but IQ is down to the last 25 bullets to his side. 1897, the jump shots are coming around from the rest of the Fourth Thrives. This player, Axie, taking one player down, but Axie also going to be taken down. It's a back and forth going around on both sides. That's happening. That's going around, but Fourth survives. T24 getting down. IQ, the one and only hope at this point, going forward alongside of Naki to see what's going to be the dictative move of this area. But Naki from the back angle gonna take down Voke. It's Gyrosud all alone in this area as BLUZZ is down to their last player, last breath. One single wrong mistake and it's gonna be all over.
And this is the great thing about early engagements. It's a lot of pressure, especially with the resources, since you see actually they're all fighting using SMGs and they don't have much choice, and that's all they have. But over here we see APG actually getting that rifle and even that bow kill from DRX. This is absolutely impressive. You can see the leaderboards. There's actually a lot of players already down. 55 players in fact left, and EA finds their own knock as well. So there's actually like multiple engagements all around the map, but right now we're watching 4T and another team that they're gonna have a 1 versus 1. Naki gets knocked down, and with that they're in trouble. EA also finding their kills against a KN. That might be almost a knock, a full knock. If they get IQQ over here from 4 Thrives Esports, they'll be saying goodbye, but not before KINOTROPE Esports. And as well as another squad, that would actually be BLUZZ. They'll be saying goodbye, and we're down to 14 teams in just less than 5 minutes.
It's 2 teams within the 5 minutes marker that have been eliminated. Now, next on is Alpha Gaming on our screen. Close to EARENA, the last match, a winner chicken takers. It's slowly and steadily going forward. The fights definitely started, but not enough for those engagements. Say Cloud, on the other hand, is definitely going to take one player down of the A1RG. That Storm instantly coming up, getting that revival, but A1RG, the rest of the 2 players, they're just chilling at the very bottom floor. They know that anyone that's even going to try to push or like enter this area, is absolutely going to be decimated from that point onward. DRS, this is another team that is kind of further away from each other's angles. They can't actually hope to give any kind of cover towards their own team members at this point. So they have to be very careful on what they're going to dictate and how they're going to like dictate the situation for themselves. On top of that, example, tried with the Mini 14 to tap shots on towards the players, but it did not got any kind of connections. My eyes are on YANGON Galacticos right now, as SayCloud was one of the guy in a short while ago managing to get a knockdown on flashes. But aside from that, Flash not only got the revive, but also back to the 100% HP.
Yep, doing quite well. And well, A1, they still have their full roster, already has one elimination, but they're lounging around and they know Romeo Boy is just out there, but they just can't quite get the angle that they need. And they're just showing a lot of trigger discipline for now. They try not to scare them away, but the grenades will be coming in. SayCloud manages to get away in time. Dodges a lot of damage, but of course, Marinette Boy up above. Will they be able to get some bullets into A1? That's a question. But speaking of which, BTR, actually, IQQ, I believe IQQ was almost the last person left on their team. But yeah, anyways, no, there's still one person left from 14. And that's really unfortunate because they have a really good start. They have 4 eliminations. And speaking of which, Federalis finally puts the final nail up their side. But we're taking a look at BIGETRON by Vitality. All they have to do is pretty much hunt down Noki inside of this house. And they have all the confidence to go ahead and storm in up in this staircase.
Ooh.
And 4 Thrives will be saying goodbye with the hands of BTR. It's not over just yet. Alpha Gaming finds DK, Forest, Red up on the elevations near their car. And I don't know if their team is gonna go to the rescue because Alpha Gaming pretty much has them surrounded. So it's gonna be pretty hard to, get rescued over there.
Oh, that's absolutely for sure. APG, DK, that's happening. The shots, the connectivities that are going around. It's happening. There's a lot of destructive plays going around, and it's just been 7 minutes. 3 teams have already lost their lives from this point onward. Baron going around, and oh my god, the shots. They're not going to connect, but why? How? He's looking at the guy behind that rock cover, behind that major hilltop. So there's definitely a play to be. He needs to know that there is a possibility that the player is going to get out of this area, get out of this particular location. So we will have to see what's going to happen at the end of this time.
Yep, and hopefully something happens by then. But speaking of something gaming, they probably hear the vehicles coming in from Vampire Esports, and yep, they're trying to get some bullets in top, trying to get some connectivity to happen, but unfortunately they won't be getting the knocks and eliminations that they need. Now we're looking at Marinette Boy still in the same position, and of course A1, they're not making a move just yet. And well, depending on where the circle's gonna be, that's probably gonna change really soon, but right now it looks like there's some bullets being shot. Not much happening, however. All the while, Alpha Gaming, they have their own story to tell as well. They find a vehicle up in there, but taking a look at where that circle is going to close in, actually towards the far southwestern part of the map, all the way in Valle de Mar. And we're seeing a lot of teams trying their best to rotate early on and not get eaten up by that blue zone, as well as not miss all the action and the potential eliminations later on.
That's absolutely true. Airdrop has been looted. There's a slight change in pace for all of this angles, the fights that occurred a while ago. In starting, there was a lot of fights, but here we go. We have Akaban in the hands of the players going around. TryBaroMessy going with the rig being knocked out. There's a revive going around. TryBaroMessy kind of into a very difficult position at this point, Annie.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really a big fan of how Tribe AEROMACY is getting positioned, and Rig almost got to say goodbye with that grenade, but they put a lot of bullets in Sleepy HORAA. But unfortunately, this is gonna turn to a 1 versus 1, which Sleepy HORAA will be losing, and Tribe AEROMACY has the opportunity to go ahead and get those revives and get those heals on. But it's not gonna be over for HORAA just yet. There's still no fear up at the distance, as well as another player. I think that's Sky HORAA at the distance. And they have some information. They know there are a few players type AEROMACY that's still up and running. Yante trying to get some bullets in, but unfortunately it's already half their health. Managed to take some damage out of that. And you know what? This is going to be fun. This is HORAA Esports versus Tribe AEROMACY in this area over here. Absolutely. Just put on those bullets. Just eliminations, and unfortunately it's not happening yet. But all the while, YG and A1 actually they're over there having their own engagements as well. But still, I think HORAA is gonna be trying to make their moves as well. So you know, let's see what happens. That blue zone is putting a lot of pressure on them as well. It looks like AST just decided to make a move on. And whether or not HORAA will follow suit, we'll be seeing that real soon. But right now, it seems that as AST and HORAA disappeared completely from the mid, so we don't have a lot of information. But over here, DRS, potential gatekeepers of HORAA. Let's see if XMPL can manage to salvage any point from this situation. I don't really see the rest of the players from DRS just yet. So, you know what? Let's see what happens. Yet the Uta in another position. And it looks like, yep, we can actually see the mini map now. There's a lot of DRS over here with the potential to go ahead and gatekeep this blue zone, especially from HORAA try to go ahead and come in. And you can see YANGON, Galacticos as well. DRS getting those shots in. No fear, HORAA goes down by the hands of DRS. XMPL is not over just yet. They're already 2/3 HP left, but it's not gonna stop them from trying to get some more damage in. And so this is DRS versus HORAA right now.
It's HORAA versus DRS. That's absolutely true. But oh, that's a grenade. Definitely doing a damage. Slight bit of damage on Samza. Not enough. HORAA Esports, DRS, both into the area, taking a head-on fight. But I see one player of HORAA down, meaning that's the last guy of HORAA Esports just surviving, trying to move in the circle. One bullet, and it's going to be over for HORAA Esports, but they barely managed to get out of this area. Safe and sound. Amazing job right there, but now DRS, they have to do the same. HORAA Esports, they also have a chance to heal themselves, get onto the top of the mountain, and take the fight against the DRS. Get them down on the contrary. But Yangon, this is another team at Minas del Valle, and there's not just one. There's Yangon, there's DRX, all in the rocks as well as they're only gonna happen once again. The teams that were taking the fight outside of the circle and having the upper hand, DRS they are definitely gonna have another upper hand. Some are gonna make sure that the final player gets eliminated. It's one for each. HORAA's every single player got divided between the 4 players of DRS. That's 1-1-1-1 elimination. 2 examples: Zamza, Cyclone, and Yetauta.
I mean, beautiful eliminations coming in from DRS. I got distracted by that really nice graphic when that one player died. You know, just the swirly kind of death animation. But
the effect
over here. Yeah, the effect, it was so pretty. But anyways, I got distracted, and now we're looking at the map right now, and there's a lot of water in that circle, but that's all the while gonna make this a little bit more interesting. We still have 37 players, and this is a stage 4 circle in Miramar. Lots of open fields, and speaking of which, TS will be saying goodbye to Zeros. -1 on the roster, and over here, DRX and YG still at it, but they're not just worrying about one team. Not even 2 teams, not even 3 teams. There's a lot of teams in this minimap. And so with that, put some bullets in, you're gonna be giving away information. But then again, always watch your back, because there's a lot of potential eliminations to be had. And on the other hand, there's also a lot of opportunities to kind of get some bullets to get eliminated off. So, you know what? You'll have to go ahead and play safe, but at the same time, take the risk and get those eliminations in.
Oh yeah, 36 players with 12 total teams remaining. 15 minutes into the game. Alpha Gaming so far. It's going on. Refus is here. He's gonna throw that grenade. No connectivity. But there we go. They all coming in. R8 right there. Holding their foot steadily. Oh my god, getting a knockdown. There's a Molotov. The player's not going to survive for any much longer bit of time. But wait, I haven't seen that elimination happen yet. How is he surviving? How is he still alive? Straight up into that Molotov. He is there as a straight up Giga Chad standing into that Molotov. He's going to throw one at the stairs as well. I'm gonna make sure that Alpha Gaming cannot push for whatever the reason. Going around, Zeol is here, but oh my god, this guy just managed to eliminate the whole Alpha Gaming. No way! Come on, that's amazing.
That was crazy. You know, roundabout at that corner, get hit by that shotgun. It's a great way to say goodbye to the world, but over here, Vampire Esports gets a 1 against a rig that's actually won their first elimination actually for this whole map. And of course, there's a lot of things going on, but R8 Esports will be saying goodbye. Now we're down to 10 teams. That's gonna go down to 9-8 really soon, especially since this is now stage 4 circle, and that circle is gonna close in real soon. But yeah, we're looking at what Lazarus is up to right now. Pretty good player, but unfortunately, they just didn't get the opportunity to go for those engagements just yet. They're just a little bit to the party, but now they're here. Now they're out for blood. They have the resources. They have the health bars. They have the full roster, and hopefully we'll see some more points coming in for them in the leaderboard real soon.
I see. On the side, there's also both of the teams. They have to take those fights. There's 2 teams that I can see. That is a lot, and those are a decent number of elimination to their name. 5 eliminations for DRS, 4 for the DK. EARENA, let's go with the 3 elimination. Okay, that's a good number as well. But aside from that, every other player has 2, 1 these kind of eliminations to their side. And going on to circle, onto the circle angle, you can see DRS kind of scattered as a duo. AEROMACY just trying in the circle, barely the next shift that it's on them. DRS definitely is going to be in a very panic situation, as AST may try to hold them down outside of the circle to get them eliminated. But we can see AEROMACY so far as the trio or a full squad in the same compound. It's not gonna be good. You're out in the open here. You're gonna get shot from the DRS. That's actually happening as Zeol, come on, barely managing to survive. Giante also leaving the premises, but getting instantly obliterated by 2 different angles, 2 different shots. Vampire Esports is the name that's gonna take down Giante, and AEROMACY is gonna lose one of their crucial players.
Yeah, I was kind of nervous at the position where AEROMACY is. They were just out in the open, and I mean, Vampire Esports pretty much just got those shots in really easily. But of course, they're still alive. They have been knocked down, but they're down to 2 players as well. And Vampire Esports are still lounging about, trying to see if they can find that last pick off and potentially make this into a 9-team Miramar. And right now, we're seeing 30 players still up and running. We're still 19 minutes into this game, so expecting maybe in 5 minutes we'll be seeing our next chicken dinner. But right now, it looks like Giante is crawling for their lives, but unfortunately, Miaula will be sending them to the afterlife as a 3rd elimination. And with that, all they have to do is hunt down Delta. Unfortunately, Delta is just out of their vision. But for here, we're seeing XMPL from the RSK being up, just attempting to get those snipes in, but that'll take a lot of patience because it's a little bit far off. There's a lot of moving targets, some bullets coming in. Unfortunately, I don't see a lot of damage happening, but they're doing really well already. They have 5 eliminations in, hoping for their 6th.
Sixth one maybe coming in short or not. We do have to see that, but a corner for the circle is a good start. But I only see example in this area. The rest of the teams are actually kind of close to the tribe AEROMACY, and the rest of the teams of the YANGON as well. But ooh, that was a decent number of shots. That was a decent amount of shots. But oh my god, did I see DK on the top of the mountain doing a third party on the DR as Yetauta gets instantly finished off. No DRS a second ago. They were 4-man standing, and now with just a slight mistake that they were not able to see on what's on their backside, they just lost to one of their crucial players.
Yeah. I mean, watch your backs, guys. You don't know if you'll be saying goodbye to your teammates. But we're here looking at BTR, Bigetron by Vitality. Federal is going full on Katniss Everdeen on A1 RG at the distance. Be getting any knocks that they need. All the while, DRS Gaming, they're still at it. Still 5 eliminations. It looks like XMPL still trying to get those shots in, trying to snipe those players. They got a lot of bullets in, but unfortunately not knocks and definitely not eliminations. Bumblebee gets 1 from the side of YG. That's Mernut Boy. I remember Mernut Boy was just hanging around that bridge. I wonder if they made that their grave as well. But we're here, Federalis. Inside of this house, we're going to see if they can get some shots in. Try to find a really good angle. But unfortunately, I don't think they'll be finding theirs here. But yeah, Team Secret as well. It's just Frankie. That's all that's left. They get stormed in by EA. Let's see how Frankie's gonna survive this. I mean, this isn't really good. This doesn't look good for Team Secret. There's just 1 player left, but still alive. Frankie, 0 eliminations. Let's see if Frankie can get at least 1 elimination before saying goodbye from the world.
I mean, at this point, I need some answers. How are these players surviving? How are these players staying alive with these kind of Molotovs being on their very forefront face? It's straight up a mystery at this point. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, 22 minutes have passed. We're going on to our 23rd minute marker within 10 teams being still alive and a lot of players, 27 total players being into the lobby as well. So, Vampire Esports, they're going to lose 1. EARENA, they're also going to lose a single player. That's a knockdown yet, but in a short while, it will be on the confirmation side. But Miala trying his level best to take down the DK's players. A good jump, a dodge
Nice.
Going on. Miala getting that knockdown instantly, making sure that DK, the last guy, Fabian, is going back to save his own team member's skin. Let's see. With this grenade is going to be crucial. If it connects, that's 2 elimination waiting for Vampire Esports, but not a single connection on its way. And DK, they're successfully going to go revive their players, move out of this proximity into the supercar that they had, and maybe wait for the next circle or a shift to be made where the teams will be forced to go up against them.
Absolutely beautiful play, especially from Mala just now. Really good execution, getting that 1 kill on their side and managing to keep all of their health. But of course, it looks like Vampire Esports will be trying for a more aggressive approach. I just saw one of their players coming in, going for the push, but Big Mom over here hiding behind this wall. And unfortunately, 0 eliminations, but the good thing is there's still a full roster. And there's still 24 players left on the field. There's a lot of potential eliminations to be had. Big Mama sprays in lots of players already just from the mini map alone. So there's a lot of opportunities over here and not enough knocks happening, not enough kills. But as I was saying, there's 1 down on the side of YG. They managed to get a knock on their side, and let's see if that would be a finisher. That's actually DRS that will be getting that kill instead. YG getting 1 against DK. And with that, we're just watching QXZZ on our screen right now. Ooh.
Oh yeah. That's another one. LDK it is, ladies and gentlemen. Vampire with a 5 elimination, but two of the casualties going around. That's 2 down. That's Elzaris. That's Winner JJ. So far, getting that revive slowly and steadily, but Miaola shooting at DRS. I think this shouldn't have been done, or if you wanted to do it, you should have done it before. But you have successfully let the DRS not only get out of this outskirts of the circle unscathed, but now they're in the circle. They're gonna wait out for you. Your location is revealed to them that, okay, this was the angle, this was a angle degree where we did receive some shots while we were traveling, while we were rotating. So the cars, they're gonna be a very big brainer to the players as well, that, okay, this is the location, this is the placement where the players are coming. But wait a second, DRS did not even send a single shot on towards the players, but on the excess, he's closing in. DBS is gonna make a connection. The second connection is gonna on its way as well, and DRS in a single split second from 2 players to no players whatsoever. 7 eliminations into the match. Hashtag number 8 as they go out.
Wipeout. And with that, they were actually competing with Vampire Esports in terms of eliminations, and still Vampire Esports is doing quite well. They're still alive, and of course at the perspectives of a lot of these teams right now, it's A1 RG. There's a lot of things to look forward to over here. Even their screens, it's just all, there's a lot of players nearby, but of course that's not what they're gonna see on their own screens. Yep, 1 versus 1 outside of this window. It looks like Deathstorm will be bringing the death against Team Secret. A1 doing, you know, pretty good. They have 4 eliminations. They need to revive Flash, and unfortunately they already lost a CJ boy. But 26 minutes into this game, we still have 17 players left on the field, and 6 squads vying for that chicken dinner, and that blue zone is eating up A1 RG. So this is gonna be a little bit hard. It's a very wonky area that they're stuck in. Flash is looking, a lot of A1 RG loses to the grenades and to the blue zone as well. And with that, BTR Federalis falls as well. EARENA will be saying goodbye. DRX is still alive. Full roster as well. They've been favored by the circle, but unfortunately not the faith. They had only 1 elimination.
Oh yeah, they only had 1 elimination now, and they definitely got kind of the short straw. DRX, a very panicked situation, but you have to know that even right now, the 4-mans are still alive. They can still go for that aggressive stance and maybe hope they win over the chicken dinner. But Pedrolis, oh my goodness, you beast, getting a single grenade onto the players. That's 2 down of the Yangon, and the rest 1, in fact, the solo guy. He's trying to go for the revive, but Pedrolis is instantly gonna go and get that rescue done. Let's see if that rescue is gonna be going on over and over. The players have spotted the player. There we go. Pedrolis just picked it up. That, okay, I'm here. Boop. Now back to the area. DBS making those connectivities. The shots will definitely go. You have to push together if you want to get those eliminations. The backside, Vampire Esports, they can do a third party on this area. YANGON, Galacticos, Stay Cloud, the only hope for the team. Okay, 6 bullets. Back to the 10. It is reviving their own team members. There's a... Okay, that's a decent move that you're throwing all those sticky grenades, all the grenades that you can possibly think of over towards the enemies, hindering their rush up on you. Now, still, no player has pushed on. Now, the final push is coming up, and the Yangon Galacticos is not going to be able to survive that. The back shots are definitely coming on as Yangon Galacticos, as they get eliminated. There's a backstab going around from DRX to the BTR, as BTR is going to lose 1 player. The second one will definitely go for the revive.
Yep, definitely. And I mean, it was a sticky situation, especially with YG having to decide whether to revive or to get BTR out of the way. And well, we know how that ended. We're down to 3 teams and 10 players. PPE so far with the best stats for this map. Unfortunately, Bumblebee will be saying goodbye by the hands of Nia from DRX. And with that, Miaola throwing some grenades in. It looks like VPE is actually losing a lot of players side. BTR on the crosshairs of DRX Nia. I'm not a very big fan of their position right now. you know what? Let's see if that works out for them, especially with DRX lurking about, possibly having, maybe depending on their angle. Let's see if they can get some Bumblebee. We'll be seeing that's BIGETRON Vitality going down as the third team now. This is Vampire Esports 3-man team versus DRX 4-man team.
Oh yeah, 4-man team it is, but ooh, the moment you say the name, it's a 4-man team. One player is gonna go down. DRX down to the last 3, but last 2. Wait a second, Mama. Big Mama has also been taken down. That's Big Mama's confirmation. Miaola constantly using that MG3 towards the area, getting some casualties done, but a grenade comes over, and Vampire Esports is also going to lose one of the players. But Miaola, 14 bullets more. You have to go on the reload, get it back to the 75 and 990. The fire rate will be, it's definitely going to be destructive. The backside, we can see Elzaris closing in behind the rock. The shots are going. Both sides are going to receive a one single headshot onto them. But Miaola, oh my god, the MG3 is not going to work it out for you. And with this, DRX is now having the upper hand against Vampire Esports, the team that has the 12 elimination, 13 elimination. They're kind of not looking good to secure the winner chicken dinner for themselves. The grenade is going to come straight on the face, and Miaola alongside of Elzaris, it's going to be over. Winner chicken dinner. Not to the Vampire Esports. They were so close, but so far. But throughout this area, the way this action actually occurred, this engagement actually happened, it's amazing.
Yes, that was actually pretty crazy, and I was thinking that, you know, maybe this last guy has a chance, but unfortunately that grenade came in, and then the winner chicken dinner graphic came up. I'm like, oh well, I guess that was the end, you know. So it was pretty fun to watch. Vampire Esports, although they only got second place, they got, I believe, the last one I saw, it was the 13 eliminations, so they had a good run on this game. And of course, BIGETRON, before they went down, they had 12 eliminations as well, and that's considering the fact that they didn't really do well in match number 1. So it's a good catching up for their side, especially since they finished a third as well on this second map. So you know what, really good performances from the others, and we saw some teams that did really well in the first match that didn't quite do well in the second match as well. So there's a lot of uncertainties, lots of surprises in this competition, and I think that's like one of the charms that's happening right now. So I'm really looking forward to the stats later on.
I mean, I would love that too. I really do want to see the stats on how they're going to go, how it's going to affect the teams, because DRX was that name that got the winner chicken dinner, if my memory serves me right. Vampire were so close, and yet they were thrown so far away. 12 eliminations and not the winner chicken dinner. It's definitely going to hurt you. But yeah, it's not going to hurt you that much because you still have a decent number of elimination. DRX with the winner chicken dinner. Overall ranking is on the number 5. 5 elimination in this match. Winner chicken dinner, 15 total points. 1363 is the total damage. Distance travel is 48.3 kilometers. It is almost close to 50 marker, the distance traveled, with throwables used just at the very end. Just those 10 grenades, the smokes that they used at the very end against the Vampire Esports, they were all the one that were responsible for the winner chicken dinner. But going into the team stats, player-wise, it is 2 eliminations for QXEZ. Big Papa is going to have 2, and Big Mama is going to have 1. Nia is not going to have any elimination, but 3 knockouts, 472 damage to the player. Big Mama with 289 damage, 222 damage for the Big Papa, and 380 for QXEZ. Overall, that's, yeah, 1,300, barely almost 1,400 of the damage, but still 5 elimination justifies it up.
Yeah, and life is solely unfair. Look at Nia's stats. 0 eliminations, but the most amount of damage. We saw, I mean, DRX got 5 eliminations, but 1,300 damage done. I guess there were like some kill steals that happened, but yeah, this is the match summary. 62 eliminations, 5 grenade eliminations, 4 airdrops looted, 7,196 healing done, and longest limb is 376 going in from Zeol. And yeah, this is the MVP of the match. It will be BIGETRON by Vitality's Federalis with 5 eliminations all by themselves. And we saw DRX had 5 eliminations. This guy got a 5 eliminations all by themselves and total damage of 776, longest elim of 33 meters, and survival time of 28 and 14 seconds. Once again, BTR finished as the 3rd team on this match number 2.
This was the match number 2. Vampire 19 total points. Even though they were not able to get the winner chickener, they're definitely going to have the highest number in the whole lobby of the total points. DRX with 15, 12 for BTR, YANGON with 7. Then we have EARENA with 7 alongside of DRS, A1, RG 6, 5 for DK, 4 for APG, 4 Thrives with 4 alongside of R8 with 3. Then AST with 2, then BLUZZ with 2, TS1, KINOTROPE, and HORAA with 0-0 as well.
Beautiful match leaderboard for this match. I mean, we're looking at DRX, the winner, chicken dinner winner. They still lag behind Vampire Esports by 4 points because of how many eliminations Vampire Esports. But on the other hand, DRX, to be fair, they had so much damage done. It just so much that the eliminations didn't go on their side. But yeah, this is the overall leaderboard. So far, EA, although they got picked off quite early on in this match number 2, they still managed to get that number 1 rank, all because they managed to rack up to 22 points on their first game and add up to 7 points on the second game. That's 29 total points. And being second is DRS with 22, Vampire Esports with 19, ABG with 17, DRX with 15, and so on. I mean, this is still match number 2. This day alone has 4 more matches later on, so there's a lot of opportunities for these teams to catch up. And I think from these last 2 games, we have a pretty good idea on which teams to watch out on, definitely. And so with that, you know what? A lot of these fans are probably going to be rooting for these teams. And by the way, if you're watching stream, do like and subscribe. And so check out PUBG Training Grounds and see any more, future events. But yeah, basically, this has been match number 2.
This has been the match number 2. But yes, it's still a great start that we have been seeing for all of these players going around. Aside from the fact that we are seeing all of this action to occur, all of these players to do something from the next matches onward. Remember this, Annie. It's match number 3 that's going to come around. And the match number 3 means that it's a Rondo. Match number 4 will mean that it's Sanhok. The 2 back-to-back destructive maps are on its way, ladies and gentlemen. 2 destructive maps will be shown in a short while. But yeah, Rondo-wise, I am not very versatile and knowing of all the locations that Rondo has for the players, for the teams. So there's still those facts and figurines that we are also learning, the teams are also learning on the exact drop locations, on which one is good, really good, which one's not, and which one can be that potential contestation area. Because it's usually the teams that makes it up and decide on what location will be the major hot drop location. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, as match number 2 has been concluded, before heading to the match number 3, we will be going for a tad bit of break. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Autobots, roll out!
Come check out WoW version 3.9 during this blistering summer. But watch out so you don't get blasted by ink. The new Ink Blaster fires ink in multiple different colors. Like other firearms, it deals damage, but it also splatters anything it hits with ink. Look at how much fun they're having! Look, seems like the pool party's got some fierce-looking guests. The Smog Zombie and Spitter Zombie have been added to WoW. They're not easy to deal with. Don't miss out on this summer showdown. We might need a janitor to come clear up the battleground. Hold on, an old friend from Winter has come to join our party too. How epic! Start creating with these new objects. The creator page now has a co-creation wallet feature, which displays your detailed creation earnings. Stay tuned.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all! Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
And we are back. This is PUBG Training Grounds Season 2. We are your casters. My name is Annie, and this is Torix right beside me. And we just witnessed match number 2 in Miramar with some pretty interesting plays. We had the DRX on the winner chicken dinner, but still VPE managed to get a first place anyway on the match ranking. And so with that, lots of surprises to be had. So Torix, what do you have to say about this competition so far?
I mean, the competition is going good throughout this whole scenario. So far, the 2 matches have been done. It's the Erangel and the Miramar. Now, it's about time for the bonus matches, I'd say. It's time for the Rondo. It's time for the Sanhok. Right after that, 2 back-to-back fast matches going around. And we will have to see what they have in store for us. Those are fast-paced matches they have in store for us because, let me tell you, it's going to be super good when we're going to see all of these teams drop in a single place for the clash, for the drop locations. There's, like, all the 3-4 seasons in Rondo, but there is no water whatsoever. That's one thing. It's all land, 8x8 of the full land area that you're gonna have for yourself. But Rondo, Sanhok, Miramar, and the Erangel. Only 4 more matches to go, out of which these 2, considerably, judging from the Erangel and the Miramar that we witnessed at the start, I think they will go considerably fast, very fast, faster than the previous 2.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have the wild cards, Rondo and Sanhok, combined with the fact that in Miramar, if you remember the previous match, the early engagements went by really fast. There was a lot of teams that dropped like flies, and then in the middle of the game, all of a sudden, lots of stalemate. Lots of bullets coming in, but so no one dying yet. So there's a lot of aggression thing to come up for it. And then towards the end, I think we reached like 28 or 29 minutes into the game. So, you know what? It's stretched out, but still action packed. And Rondo and Sanhok probably gonna happen, especially with Rondo, since it's a little bit unpredictable on the side of the players, especially since you don't see Rondo a lot, you don't see it often in other competitions. I'm pretty sure this is like the only competition where I saw Rondo, but you know what? Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel, they are pretty standards in the competition. But Sanhok, even though a lot of competitions use this, still these teams they don't really like it. It usually only appears once a day, so they don't really have as much time to
Yeah.
prepare for it, unlike Erangel and Miramar. So you know what? This is gonna be fun. We're gonna be seeing Rondo once again, and I'm really excited to see how these players will deal with that because you know what? It's a lot of surprises today.
Oh, it definitely is going to be a lot of surprises going on for the Rondo match at the very least. We're going to see some decent number of plays. And I really hope it's a very destructive lobby. It's a very destructive lobby in the Rondo match at the very least. I want to see those clashes happening. I want to see those early fights being ensued by all of these players and the teams as well. Because Rondo is one of the match where nobody knows the exact phases on how it is. And if you remember, Annie,
Mhm.
we had Rondo in the previous PMTG, if my memory serves me right, and those
Yeah.
were really fast. The Rondos were really fast there. Even the last PMNC, the Rondo show match that happened, within 13 minutes, 14 minutes, these were the names. These were the teams that were constantly playing it up, and oh my god, they just ended it within 14, 15 minutes. We were not even past the third phase of the circle where the match just completely went poof. The match has ended. We have a winner chicken dinner. So my expectations for today for the Rondo is exactly the same. I want these teams to play exactly like they play at on the edge, as they play like they're on the edge. There's nothing ahead of them, there's nothing behind them there. It's just completely a stale free road where you're pushing and pushing and getting all those eliminations. I want these teams to potentially show the very core of destruction that they own to all of the other teams at this point, with those aggressive stances, those gun powers, the individual performances, these kind of gameplays.
Yeah, absolutely. In a map like Rondo, where you don't have a lot of preparations, you have to rely on like your game sense, your skills, your aim, basically that, because you can't rely on your knowledge on the map because you don't know where anything is, or maybe you do, but I'm not really sure how many scrims are there that use Rondo, but yeah, definitely it's a wild card, and for a lot of these teams, I'm sure they don't have a lot of experiences on the Rondo, so you know what, they'll have to rely a lot on communication, on game sense, on being aware of the map as well. So you know what, even I'm not sure where the map is, and the last time I saw the Rondo map, it was the last season, and I can't even remember. I just remembered
Yeah.
it had like lots of traditional buildings mixed in with like modern buildings, and
Oh
I'm not sure if
yeah.
there was water, but it was an interesting map. And you know what, like even the casters were kind of taken aback. What is this map? We had to google it like a few minutes before the competition to be honest. But yeah, it's for the players as well.
Yeah.
I think it was a surprise and not a lot of preparations, which makes it even more exciting.
I mean, Rondo was just introduced this year, and
Oh
it's
really?
almost been like what, 6, 7 months? Yeah, that kind of it's not too long that this match has been map has been revealed. But yes, we'll have to see what's gonna happen for all of these players, and how they can actually utilize themselves, because I've heard as well that if the players do love it this much, because now I know for a fact that the players individually, they don't like Sanhok whatsoever. They prefer Erangel Miramars over Sanhok because it's such a destructive map. Maybe, just maybe, because of this, we might see even Rondo replace Sanhok sometimes. But I can't see it right now, as nobody knows what Rondo has for the teams. Yes, it's a very big map, and you can easily travel between the one place to another one. There's a lot of point A to point B locations that you can go very close to each other's. And it's just those minuscule factors, that the gunpowder, that the knowledge of the map, the location, that's what matters the most. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally in the Rondo. Okay, there's a slight bit of water, but not that much that you can't cross within like a second or two. Jadena City, that's one place that I'd say we can have a contestation. But Test Tracks is also another place where there can be a lot of major drop locations. Look at this, Annie. The beauty of this, the top area, it's Miramar. The very center from west to, in fact, southwest to southeast is completely Erangel. The bottom lines, on the other hand, you can see it kind of resembles the Sanhok.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good observation. There's like a desert towards the northeastern side, and towards the southwestern side, it turns into this rainforest. Kind of reminds you of Sanhok just a little bit. So, you know what? Nostalgia mixed in with a little bit of surprises. It's a good combination for these teams, and it looks like there's something popping up already in the kill feed, and that's to be expected, especially with a map that's not as familiar to the teams as let's say Erangel and Miramar. Even Sanhok, he said that they really like that map because it's such a wild card, and a lot of things could happen. It's such a small map and such a lot of uncertainties. And with Rondo, the uncertainties just shoot up maybe 10 times because number one, it's a new map, and number two, it doesn't really pop up in competitions. And speaking of which, HORAA Esports gets treated off, and that's a 1-for-1 knock. And I think that was a full elimination on the side of 4 No Fear 911. And actually, one after the other, look at that kill feed. BTR and EA exchanging members, but taking a look at that leaderboard, looks like EA lost 1 player, while the Wild BTR lost 2. This is Optimus trying to shoot out at the last few players of EA. Looks like they get that one person. 30k, very low in health. 456 as well. And of course, is that a wipeout? I think there's 1 player left on the side of EA.
Yeah.
That's still walking around.
Yeah.
And TS outside as well.
There's also Team Secret, in this area, in this proximity, as a third party to engage on all the fights. They're going to make sure that, okay, 1 team finished off. Let's go. It's our time. This is my time or the high time. But Optimus making sure that there's a lot of casualties maybe going around. But EARENA finally being taken out of this proximity. BIGETRON by Vitality. The solo hope, Kent, one and only person. He's alive. Zero's got a lot of shots on him. The grenade is coming up. Will it hit? Will it connect? The answer is no. Now the players need to push forward. GS9 is in the hand of GK, with the hand of Frexy as well, Terang as well. So it's one thing that you have to know what you're going to do. But the S12K, will it get any kind of connection? The sticky grenade went over. No kind of connection. Grenade is also being thrown. GK, GS9. Let's see. GS7. Nope. The players are not pushing. They're very, very scared of the fact that, okay, they will have to climb up these stairs, and that's where the shots can actually come in through them. It's not just one player, it's 2 different players on 2 different angles, gonna take you down instantly. You're not gonna have enough time to change your scope from one person to another one, so it's better to utilize your utilities, the throwables against them to get them down. But DRS versus Team AEROMACY, it's happening, ladies and gentlemen. GS7 versus GS7, it is going on. It sums up. It is GS9 or GS7? I think GS9 it is. But thumbs up. Finally been taken down by Riggs. And it's a knockdown and almost a confirmation.
Dude, there's a lot of teams over here. And that's DRS, BLUZZ, and AST. That's Team Tribe AEROMACY, rather, who's lounging around in this one area. And you can tell that Rondo is definitely a map that they're not prepared for because everyone's just choosing the same drop-off point. It's like queuing on like solo queue in PUBG. Just walk in there. My gosh, that's absolutely crazy. It's only 5 minutes into the game and there's already 13 teams left. And look at HORAA, not doing well. There's only one healthy player left and 2 on the revive. I don't think they can even revive at this point. They were just running away. And AEROMACY trapped inside of this house. BLUZZ just outside, a grenade not hitting just right, but Yante is gonna be in trouble, especially since they're the only ones left. AEROMACY. BLUZZ, they could actually kind of like storm in with all of their members and they'll probably get Yante and take him down, but have to think about Tamang who needs that revive as well. So let's see what happens. Will they storm in and get Yante or will they just keep throwing grenades? Oh, there we go, Molotov. Oh.
A Molotov on the way. Gyante being taken down. It's over. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. See, out of the match, out of the game, straight up. But now, BIGETRON by Vitality, Optimus, healing, alongside of Kent, as we see Kent being on the 75, the rest of the player, that is Optimus healing with the bandages and everything, but the first circle hasn't even started. What is going on? It's been, what, 5-6 minutes? And the first circle hasn't even started to close up. This is absolutely insane. There's gonna be so much more time for the players, enough time for them to like actually take the cards and move. Even if there were a lot of fights going around, 4 different angles, 4 different teams got decimated here within the 6 minutes of marker. And this is what we talk about Rondo. This is what we talk about it. This is the speed that actually happens.
Yeah, I absolutely love it as well because there's a lot of chaos even with just the drop-off points. Everyone's just dropping in the same area. Look at this place. There's like 3-4 different teams coming in and there are already a few teams that got picked off and made this area their grave. BIGETRON by Vitality, they're down to 2 players and with that they did come out with 4 eliminations. Let's see if they can find some more before they get picked off, or you know, maybe they'll actually get that winner chicken dinner. But right now, they do have that numbers disadvantage. We're looking at RG Esports. I saw them get some knockdowns, but unfortunately, it's not getting eliminations that they need. And so, you know, they have the opportunity here. They see Team Secret on their scopes, throw the grenade, some damage coming in, but yep, they was not there. Those shots are not gonna be hitting anyone. If they go in this side, they'll be seeing BTR's Kent as well, and you know, 3 different teams vying for those elimination points. It looks like BIGETRON by Vitality, they'll be choosing to stay inside of this building.
I mean, yeah, they are choosing to stay, but ooh, that's a lot of damage going around. DK getting another elimination. That's the 3rd one that they're going to have. With all the 4 players being still into the match, a good location in the circle. They're not outside of the circle. That's one thing, Annie. 3 minutes and the circle will close up. Zeol from Alpha Gaming, he's also chilling in these small compounds. You're never you're never too cautious of your surrounding, but this grenade is actually going to give out your location to maybe any surrounding teams that might be situated here. But Secret slowly approaching. BTR R8 is also here. Oh my god, that's not just one, that's 2 different parties that's gonna get into the fight. BTR, one guy in the compound. R8, they're getting some knockdowns for themselves against the team of Secret, as one of the Secret is down. There is no hope for Frankie to be revived.
That's definitely the thing. That's actually the finisher for Frankie over there. And yeah, I mean, R8 finally gets the first elimination. They have potentially more, especially with Optimus still inside this building. And all the while, somewhere out there at the distance, Sleepy gets eliminated off as well. And I could actually see up in that mountain there was one player. Well, 1 versus 1. Jaiki, unfortunately, gets knocked down. Trang is riding this horse. It's absolutely fitting for this map, and I just love it. It's absolutely crazy, and the fact that they're just the last person standing on Team Secret, you know what, It's poetic. I love it. I love this guy. And speaking of which, oh, this car's F1. Unfortunately, Jiggle Horror will be seeing the lobby. And no fear. Still up and running. Sky as well. Still alive. But taking a lot of damage. Taking that risk. Trying to see if they can get some bullets in. But unfortunately, they'll be the ones getting knocked down. No fear. You're the last person for the hope of HORAA. And they're out in the open like this, and A1's just lounging about. I mean, they have the car to cover them up, but yeah, it looks like they'll be saying goodbye, and they're gonna be skedaddling out of this place. And Sinister might be giving the chase. Let's see what happens. But all the while, A1, RG, the rest of their players, they're just gonna be here, and it's a good thing that there's still a 4-player team, but that's gonna change really soon if CJ Boy will be knocked down and eliminated right here.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of casualties going around into this area. Yangon taking the fight. Refus, oh my god, that's gonna hurt with the knife on top of that. Come on, knife elimination being into the play. That's very disrespectful, but I love it. I love the toxicity going around into this match. It's gonna help and reform the teams. Their approach into the very next game, they're gonna be like elimination hungry for that team. They're definitely gonna go towards the fact that okay, this team did this, we're definitely gonna do it again with them. But Flash, there we have it. There we have it. 9-11 HORAA as Sinister throws the grenade. It hit him. It got the elimination. And it's over. RG Esports out of the match with just a single elimination into this match. But there we go. Alpha Gaming so far. Let's see what they're going to be doing. How they're going to be able to get those eliminations for themselves. So far, it's Zeol going all the way back. All the way back to the buggy. It is, ladies and gentlemen. Yangon Galacticos getting some shots. Not enough for the knockout, but instantly Top made sure that my question is heard. He gets a knockdown, and instantly now Top is down as well. So it's 2 down, 1 on each side.
Yep, that's gonna hurt. But I gotta say, this map's so beautiful. This place is like the grave that I want to be buried in. And it's definitely the grave of a lot of players right now, especially since Alpha Gaming is putting those sprays on against YG. And YG doesn't seem to be hitting their marks just yet. But Zyle, looks like they're all alone basing on the mini-map. And of course, we're looking at BLUZZ. They're doing really well. This is 7 eliminations already. And Gyro Sir having 6 of them. And, well, they have all 4 players. Axie needs that revive, but still they're doing really well. This is a really good omen for their side. But DK is up in the running as well. Just behind of this house. And let's see what Gyro does. And unfortunately gets knocked down. That's her MVP. Saying goodbye 6 feet under. And all the while, Axie's still alive. So, they're gonna get those sprays on. Try to see if they can get the skills. But we're back to Alpha Gaming Zyle. They're down in the field right now. Top, right behind this boulder. Still against YG. Still can't find the angle that they need to get those eliminations.
Oh yeah. The engagements, we do have to see what's gonna happen, but oh, wait a second, Yangon is gonna receive another grenade that's close to them. The player's already knocked down, but DK versus BLUZZ versus Yangon versus A1RG versus APG. It's 3-4 different angles getting into that clashes, ladies and gentlemen. The fights are happening right here on your screen. Stage number 2 as it's gonna start to close in within the 1 second. There it goes, 0 second. It's closing 1.5 minutes, and it's gonna close. So from this point onward, now Yangon Galacticos slowly outside of the circle, 990 meters away. They're gonna spot down the APG Alpha Gaming's player. But wait a second, no way. No way! We have a recall in this? Why do we have a recall in this?
I just saw that. And then immediately went down to 39 again. I was like, wait, why is the number going up? But I definitely have to read on that. It works, but someone came from the dead. But now we're down to 38 players. And of course, it's definitely not gonna help no matter how hot this battlefield is. It's still so unpredictable. But over here, BLUZZ, trying to see if they can get some hits on Fabian over there. 1 versus 1. pretty far off, but there's also bullets coming in from side. I think that's DK on the far side. That's Forest, I believe. But still, BLUZZ is not alone. Wokai has a lot of their teammates as well. They're actually still 3, and they're doing really well with 7 eliminations already. Let's see if they can find their 8, because they already lost Tama, so you know it's gonna be a bit of trouble. Oh my gosh! Wait, yeah, Gyro was supposed to be dead, and now they're alive. So there's a weird, there's something weird with this map. So there's revives. So that's crazy.
I mean, I'm just still baffled by the fact that there's a recall here going around. There's double lives for the teams, and that's why we're seeing so many elimination. 8, 7, 7, 6, 6, 4. Those the number of eliminations going around. 4th rise, IQ being taken down as well. That's a knockdown. But BLUZZ versus DK, it's definitely going to happen as Forest comes into the play. Forest instantly gets decimated by the new JS9, ladies and gentlemen. It's a knockdown. BLUZZ is going to lose another one of their players. But aside from that, let's see what Voke is going to do. R8 Prestige versus BIGETRON by Vitality. Bumblebee, and there we go. Oh my god, BIGETRON getting those 12 eliminations to their name. And a while ago, we did saw a lot of casualties on BIGETRON. If you remember, in the compound, there was only one left for the BIGETRON. But now it's all back to the format that they are. I mean, I'm not complaining on the fact, but there's definitely going to be a lot of difficulties for the players. Even a single player being left alive, it's definitely going to be destructive for you. But there we go. 12 eliminations for BIGETRON, 9 for DK.
It was definitely a whiplash. I'm like, wait a minute. Why is BTR suddenly a full roster once again? And I think I understand why. Like, in the early game, we can see a lot of recklessness, a lot of kills going around because they probably know, you know, I have a second chance. So why not just try and get as much kills as possible? And take a look at BTR. They were a 2-man team at the start, and now it's all the way to 12 just because they took all of those risk early on. But over here, 4 Thrives, they spot A1 Sinister in trouble, but unfortunately he's not gonna get knocked down by IQQ's shots, and so they'll probably have to try again. A1 still hovering about. There's one player, that's Deathstorm, towards their eastern side. Let's see if they'll find the engagement that they need. And it looks like BLUZZ official will be losing to the play zone. They'll be saying goodbye, and now we're down to 9 teams left.
That's only 9 teams, ladies and gentlemen. We're down to 9 teams, but 32 players. The numbers are increasing minute by minute for some reason, somehow. But one thing for sure, we do have to see is 4 Thrives, 4-man standing. 4 elimination, and the car's about to burst down. There's the A1 RG in the area. Oh my god, the fights can ensue as 4 Thrives is just chilling here in these small compounds, a complete open area field, close to even the recall tower. Oh my god, they're ready. That one player gets knocked, eliminated, they're ready to bring him back up alive. But Big Mama, so far, not taking the blue damage, but R8, I can't say the same for them as they are still struggling a little bit. But the Big Mama versus Prestige, it's definitely going to start. It's definitely going to happen. The circle is going to take a shift towards the eastern corner, whereas YANGON Galacticos' player, the only players being in the centralized position of the circle, we have the DRX taking the fight and getting a lot of knockdowns on R8. That's 2 down. 3rd one maybe in a short while as Big Mama jumps in, gets the casualty done, and R8 down to the very last guy outside of the blue taking that damage.
There's a lot of things happening in this elevation. There's several teams in the fray, and Vampire Esports is going to be joining in as well as the 3rd, maybe 4th, even maybe 5th party at this rate. And so with that, DRX is still up by 2 eliminations only. They'll definitely have a lot of catching up, especially with BTR already with 12. But 4 Thrives, thriving, but with 0 vision. It's just fog outside. It's a snipe for IQQ. They go on the red immediately, but 1 shot. Noki coming out. Trying to see if they can go ahead and yep, there's 4 people from A1 waiting for him side. And look at that, they're just bombarding him with bullets, absolutely making it a hard time for them to go ahead and get outside. But I don't like the position where T24 OP is right now. But yep, it will be saying goodbye to Naki, and now it's just one person left from 4 Thrives, and they'll be saying goodbye as well, making it the rank number 9. Goodbye, and now we're down to 8 teams left.
8 teams left, ladies and gentlemen. We are down to these top 8. 24 from 32 all the way down to 24. 8 total teams, and out of which some of the teams are still outside, taking that blue damage, getting into the circle slowly, steadily, trying their level best to make sure that they are not been compromised by any other players or any other teams into the area, because that's one thing that they will have to be very, very careful of. A single mistake will mean that you're not going to be surviving for the next zone for the team. It's just this right now match going around. One wrong move will instantly mean decimation, obliteration waiting for you at that time. So be very careful on what you guys are going to do, how you guys are going to perform this up. And Team Secret, you need to get that revival done as soon as possible as well, because that revival is very crucial, as A1RG being even as a trio. One player Sinister is outside. He's giving location, potential location to you guys. That, okay, there's the teams, the players are actually in this location. You can get them. But A1RG, ouch. That's an ouchie going around for those guys. There's a lot of casualties going around. A1RG instantly getting decimated by the DRX. That's elimination going around. And now DRX moving forward in the circle.
Oh my god, I just noticed it's 21 minutes into the game, unfortunately. Even though there's a lot of surprises, there's a lot of early game engagements, early eliminations, still, the fact that you can recall players just makes it a little bit harder for this game to end. And so, with that, we might be dragging out just a little bit. But right now, we're taking a look at how DRX is doing. I mean, they only lost one player, and they already have 8 eliminations. So, absolutely doing really well for their overall leaderboards. You're racking up a lot of points, and even if they don't place really well right now, I mean, there's still a decent amount of points, but they're in trouble over here. This is not a good place to be. They're behind 2 cars, and they have to go ahead and get this revive in the bag. But otherwise, there we go. I'm just saying that grenade was gonna be the answer to them, and all that's left is to hunt down Nia, which is they're a pretty good position, like relatively. They can go ahead and snipe DK perhaps and get that grenade in. Let's see how that works out for them. But unfortunately, nothing pops up in the kill feed just yet. Yep. It's actually just all the way the other side of the map. A Team Secret gets someone, and with that, so let's see what Nia does to DK. And potentially, I think Big Mommy will be saying goodbye because of the blue zone.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of casualties that's gonna happen because of the blue zone, because of the like rotational clashes that's gonna occur. But I do love the fact that we have like four players of majority of the teams, 2 teams at the very least, BTR and DK, DRX having a trio, but just surviving on a solo at this point, as the rest of the 2 players have been taken down. Secret is down to the 3-man as well. Then we have YANGON Galacticos with a duo, as BTR is pushing on. YANGON Galacticos, Romeo Boy getting one down. A good start, a good engagement going on, but no, not for long, not for long, ladies and gentlemen. Romeo Boy gets taken down. It's over for the guy, and DRX also just chilling outside of the blue zone, taking that damage, slowly entering in. That's a lot of damage going on, but finally not making their way outside of the blue zone. But in that other side, R8 gets eliminated. Secret. Okay, that's straight up a lot of fights going on. That's straight up a lot of names constantly popping up back and forth. We saw them get eliminated once, and then we're seeing them eliminate once again. It's kind of mind-baffling.
Yeah, definitely a lot of surprises over here. BIGETRON by Vitality's doing really well, and they even have the full roster. Nia's the last hope for DRX, and they're hanging on by thread. Optimus Crosshair's out, but they won't be finding Nia anymore because Kyurina will be putting that last nail in the coffin, making it 14 eliminations for the side of Bigetron by Vitality. Doing really well. They're racking up a lot of points, and they probably have a decent amount of placement points later on as well, since there's only 3 teams of vying for that winner chicken dinner. That's BTR, that's Team Secret, and that's DK. 3 last teams. Team Secret with 8 eliminations. Last we saw, BTR had 13 eliminations. And so these teams really good prospects. There's a lot of things to expect. But the question remains, there's only one winner for this dinner for this Rondo map. So that's the question right now is, once that blue zone closes in, who will be left standing?
Oh yeah, that's a very poetic question on who's gonna stand at the very end of the games. So far, what we are seeing is Secret Terang approaching with the shots and those sprays on towards his enemies, but the enemies are staying alive. They are not only just into the cover, but also look at Frankie 007 getting absolutely eliminated because of those singular mistakes that they are doing, they are causing for themselves, and it's not working out. You have to make sure are doing something good, you are doing something continuous with those elimination numbers and the performance that you have, because if you don't, it's straight up like this. 17 elimination. BIGETRON, the team that was down left for just the solo player, now is back with 4-man and 17 elimination. Almost 19 if they manage to get DK eliminated. Okay, that's 3 of the DK alive, meaning 20 elimination winner and a chicken dinner coming up.
Yeah, definitely. If BTR manages to pull this thing off, I mean, they have the numbers advantage, and DK over here. See how they do. However, bonds they do, and with that, that's a full elimination. Now it's only down to 2 players, DK4 versus the 4 players from BTR, and so with that, it's not very good. And with that, I think we see our winner chicken dinner going on to the side of BTR. Numbers advantage going to their side, but DK did hold on until the very end, so they have a decent amount of placement points still. And then coming in from 3rd place, Team Secret managed to rack up a lot of points as well. But still, congratulations, Bigetron by Vitality. Absolutely crazy. We saw a while ago in the early game, they were down to 2 players, and we saw Optimus practically hugging that 2nd floor of that building. But in the end, who would have known they'd be winning the winner chicken dinner with their full roster with 20 eliminations. That's a lot of points. That's absolutely insane.
I mean, I love it. I absolutely adore it at this point, the way that this team just managed to squeeze that winner chicken dinner for themselves. It's great. It's great. But we do also have to take into the consideration that yes, some of them got eliminated. They came back. They made sure that their work was not done, and they after like the 2nd life that was granted to them. It was a comeback for the BTR. Otherwise, we would have seen BTR maybe get eliminated at that particular location where there were like not 1 but 2 different teams doing a 3rd party on them. But yes, beautiful job whatsoever. I really want to see what the match or ranking holds, how many of those total points are going to be secured by all of the teams now that they have the chance to recall their own players back into the action once again, the 2nd life that was granted to them. This is one good thing that I want to see what's going to happen with the players. But aside from that, Annie, yes, BTR, I do believe because of this match, they're going to overtake at least the number 1 maybe.
I mean, let's see. Right now, we see the stats of Bigetron by Vitality. Overall ranking, of course, it's number 1 with 20 whole eliminations. That's 3,285 total damage dealt. And we remember in the first match, EARENA racked up 22 points. In the second match, DRX, I believe, not even crossing 20. And Vampire Esports didn't even cross 20. I believe it was 19. And with that, Bigetron by Vitality with the Rondo map managed to rack up 30 whole points. So, Actually, Rondo is a really high risk, high reward map, and it's definitely a map that the teams should pay attention to. And yeah, these are the team stats. Kyorin with 3, Optimus with 5, Kent with 6, Bumblebee with 6. So, you know what? Absolutely insane. These players, they managed to maximize Rondo, and they saw the mechanics and the fact that they can go ahead and get those revives. Taking a look at total eliminations, that's 91. It's absolutely impossible for the rest of the maps, but it's happening here in Rondo.
Oh, it definitely did happen in Rondo. 91 total elimination. Oh my god. That was absolutely insane. But even with 91 elimination, Annie, I see 0 number of vehicle eliminations. That, oh my god, even the chances are less than even in 100. That's absolutely insane. But Bumblebee, 6th elimination, 1261 is the damage. His longest elimination is 125 meters. So with 16 minutes of survival time averagely, he's the guy. That's going to be the MVP of the match number 3.
Survival time is like the fact that they died in the middle as well, so that's like an additional time. So, you know, interesting mechanics. But yeah, these are the leaderboards to get BTR all the way to 30, and there's a huge drop in number 2. That's DK with 18 points, Team Secret with 14, DRX with 12, A1 RG 11. There's a lot of points racked up by this Rondo map. So, you know what? There's a lot of points that Rondo can give to these teams. So I think after this match, these players will pay attention to Rondo just a little bit more, because you know what? There's a lot of points that can be gotten from just this one map. Even though it's kind of volatile, there's a lot of surprises to be had. But yeah, this is the overall leaderboards. It looks like BTR all the way up in number 1. Overtaking and just a little bit more, I feel like 12 points above you're going into second place. So you know what, Rondo really changed their life, and it's a bit struggling, but it's there. Yes, you can do it, guys.
Oh yeah,
you can do it.
It's struggling to load. It's struggling to load, but yes, there's a sneak peek. We at least know. At least we know that the number 1 position has finally gone to the BTR after this match, right? The rest of the teams, you could also see the sneak peek on where they were residing onto the overall ranking, all of those crucial factors and stuff. But yes, this was the match number 3. Now, Annie, the action's not just going to stop here. The action is going to go tenfold more into the Sanhok match. That will be our very next one. That will be the match number 4. We are down to just the 3 more matches. We're officially halfway done for our day, for the day number 1 of the training ground, ladies and gentlemen, as we are here waiting for the match number 4 to commence, match number 4 to start. There's still going to be a short bit of tad time. But ladies and gentlemen, until that happens, why don't you hit that like button? Why don't you hit that subscribe button? Why don't you share the stream with your favorite players as well, that, okay, this team is playing, let's go and support them together. But until you guys do that, we're going to take a short break, and we'll hop right back onto it after this one.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! This planet crown a new lord of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Come check out WoW version 3.9 during this blistering summer. But watch out so you don't get blasted by ink. The new Ink Blaster fires ink in multiple different colors. Like other firearms, it deals damage, but it also splatters anything it hits with ink. Look at how much fun they're having. Look, seems like the pool party's got some fierce-looking guests. The Smog Zombie and Spitter Zombie have been added to WoW. They're not easy to deal with. Don't miss out on this summer showdown. We might need a janitor to come clear up the battleground. Hold on, an old friend from Winter has come to join our party too. How epic! Start creating with these new objects. The creator page now has a co-creation wallet feature, which displays your detailed creation earnings. Stay tuned.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
And that we are back to PUBG Mobile's Training Ground Season 2. We are your casters, Torix right beside me, and my name is Annie. And we just witnessed match number 3, the most interesting match so far. Actually, from all the matches I've seen, maybe this year perhaps it's pretty interesting since there were 91 whole eliminations for the whole match. There's a lot of points to be racked up for this rondo. I think in the next days to come, I think the teams will be paying attention to this map just a little bit more than usual. But yeah, Torix, what did you think so far, especially with match number 3 just a while ago?
I mean, what happened, it shouldn't have happened. We were not supposed to have the recalls, but we did, and it's okay. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it don't. You're not going to see those recalls from tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, but going into the schedule, it's Erangel done, Miramar done, Rondo done. Now, it's time for the one and only Sanhok, after the one and only Rondo that we just witnessed, to be played for all of these players. Sanhok it will be, and we all know Sanhok, how destructive it is, how much of a destruction it costs to the players and the teams at that point in time. So it's definitely one thing, but Sanhok, how the teams are gonna like go for the clash drops, because they know and they do play this map up for themselves as well. So I kind of want to see how much of the aggression, how much of those elimination wise are they gonna go, how aggressive are they able to go in this match. But there we go, we have the leaderboard ready. 43 points, 30 in the previous one for the BTR, and the rest 2 matches that they had 13 points. EARENA, on the other hand, on the contrary, they had the 1 chicken dinner. With this, after the 3 matches, it's 31 points. 29 for the DK, 27 for the DRX, 22 for the Vampire, 22 for the DRS alongside of A1 RG, 21 for APG. Team Secret has 17, 16 for the Yangon, 13 for BLUZZ, R8 has 12, 10 for Tribe, AEROMACY, and 4 Thrives, KINOTROPE, HORAA, 9 and 5, but Falcon and A7, they haven't even joined into the matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing on the stats, not even on the matches. But yes, we're gonna be seeing our Sanhok map. And if you ask the players, they absolutely do not like this map. And I do not like this flight path as well. It's a quite biased towards western side. I mean, once again, this is Sanhok. This is a very small map, 4x4. And so it's considerably a lot smaller than say Erangel or Miramar, even Rondo, Rondo. So you know what? There's a lot of uncertainties, and the fact that the players don't really like this because it's a fast-paced map and there's a lot of places where you can mess up. It's a lot of uncertainty. But that just makes the whole competition just a little bit more interesting, just a little bit more spicy. And so everyone's settling in. It's not as unfamiliar as Rondo, but nonetheless, people will have to look behind their backs, especially since I'm seeing some places, some drop-off points where there are several teams that are probably going to run into each other. So let's see what happens, especially here. BTR towards the southern part with DRX, maybe even APG and DK. Let's see what happens. We're looking at Yangon Galacticos nearby R8 right now.
Oh yeah, we are seeing an early clash at the Paradise Zone. Yangon Galacticos being on the front lines, getting a lot of damage, no vest, no helmet whatsoever. So there's only so much that you can do to hope save yourself. But a grenade coming up. Yangon Galacticos retaliating with the grenades, the throwables. Romeo Boy also jumping in inside the compound, finally getting into the cover. M24 in hand, and on the other hand, it's a Thompson. 4 players remaining. Alpha Gaming, DK, different angle, different fight, different location. It's happening. A1 RG versus Secret. It's not just a Paradise Resort that's being contested upon. It's total different locations. Maybe Pinon, maybe those boot camp area where we're gonna see those clashes. But oh my god, okay, now I want to see the map. Now I want to see the map on where the teams are situated at, because it is going haywire. The lobby is going absolutely crazy. Yangon Galacticos, Master Smile finally getting a knockdown on R8 Martin, in fact, but A1 RG, that's confirmations coming around for them. That's some decent number of points that they're securing.
there was a lot of casualties going on to the side of Team Secret and BTR just a while ago. And actually, the stats for the number of teams just went down by one. I'm not quite sure what team got picked up, but taking a look at the number of players left, there are only 53, 52 just now. I mean, there are 64 players. That's something that really has to happen. So, the fact that you put them all in Sanhok, a 4x4 map, that's just gonna result into a lot of bloodbaths. I think BTR just got eliminated off with Korean finally being taken out by DRX. But over here, YANGON Galacticos once again. Alpha Gaming, I think Zeol gets a one shot and there, and that's forwards going down to their house. Big Mama's in trouble as well, and that's a finisher. And with that, I think DRX is still alive. YANGON Galacticos, Romeo Boy, very low on health just a while ago, but manages to get just the right amount of healing items to get themselves out. But immediately goes down to half health, gets shot at, and Paradise Resort, not so much of a paradise right now with YANGON Galacticos and R8 is storming about.
Oh yeah, they're storming right onto each other's faces right there. There we go. We are seeing some casualties. Gonna come in a split second. Master Smile, you can see Prestige into the back line. Brunette Boy trying to shoot, but that's already to elimination to YANGON Galacticos. Oh no, those are some machete eliminations going around. Prestige, you have to do something. You have to at least take one, but nope, it is a nope. Brunette Boy gets that final nail in the coffin, and it is over for another team. Sanhok within 5 minutes, within 4-5 minutes marker, we are seeing 3 teams completely being obliterated. Alpha Gaming having the 3rd elimination as well, now down to the very last guy. If they're able to even secure that elimination of the DK, it's already DK out of the match as well from that point onward. So just a solo guy that's surviving, that's making sure that his team is still barely standing into the game.
It's a spicy map once again. 5-minute mark just now, and we're already down to 44 players. That's 20 whole players that said goodbye, didn't even see the 5-minute mark. But over here, Alpha Gaming, Refuse, Zayol, they're all up in the rooftops in this compound. And so with that, there was another team right below them, but I don't think they have the angle to go ahead and get that. DPLUS does get those shots, and that's a knockdown on the side of Alpha Gaming, unfortunately. Refuse on top, saying goodbye, but not without getting their own kills on their side. But DK, Fabian's in trouble, gets killed off by that grenade. I believe that's a whole squad wipeout as well. Can't really confirm that without the leaderboards, but yeah, 12 down. We're down to 12 teams and 41 players already, and it's just been a minute, and 3 more people already fell.
Oh yeah, that's 3 more minutes, and another player, another team fully getting eliminated. Oh, R8, BTR, A1, RG, and DK. This is the name. This is the name that has been eliminated so far. Also, Annie, the rest of the teams that is close into the proximity, it is, you can see DRS now alongside of the DRX. DRS versus DRX, it will be. Grenade is being cooked. Cyclone, he's ready to take that action. He's gonna throw it out, but I do believe so. It's gonna explode prematurely. No, it's not gonna do that. It's gonna straight up go into the player's face. Gets a Nia out of commission, and DRX now, with this kind of a pressure on them, having 4 elimination, now losing 2 of their players, there's only so much that they can do, and you can see what kind of a gameplay DRX wants to do. They kind of want to get out, but DRX, are they going to let this opportunity pass by? Because 2 players, 3 players I can see in the city. The one guy, Samza, he's outskirts of the city on this watchtower, just chilling. If anyone gets out of here, he's going to spot it. He's going to shoot at him at the moment he's going to have the chance.
Yep, beautiful positioning, and TRX knows exactly that's going to happen. But we're here storming inside the circle. It looks like TRS will be losing to... Oh my gosh, it's just Samsa all the way up in the tower. That's it. 2 eliminations. The cycle is probably gonna follow as well. But for Thrives Esports, so far only 1 elimination. They're up here in the bridge. Possible gatekeeping gonna happen, but so right now they're just kind of like shooting at this car that they saw it's moving about, and they have some information, but so far it's not translating into the eliminations that they need. All the while we're seeing something pop up in the kill feed. There's some players that fell down, but it's not a full squad elimination. Just taking a look at the leaderboards, look at that. Team Secret and DRS, both just 1 player left, and DRX APG, the top teams so far on this map, hanging on with only 2 players left. So, lots of interesting things. HORAA Esports joining the fray, still 0 eliminations, but they do spot KINOTROPE Mark at the distance. Let's see if they can finally get their first kill.
Oh yeah, that's their first elimination that they have to take, and there we go. HORAA,
Ooh.
not 1 but 2 of their players are down. Gee, talk about destruction going around. Okay, HORAA Esports, they lost only 1 at this point. Finisher, if I have to say. 4 Thrives versus Team BLUZZ. It's happening. The shots are going around. 4 Thrives, that's the first elimination that they have. The second one on its way, as if BLUZZ gets fully eliminated, then it's going to occur. But so far, Naki trying sprays with the burst fire, not a single connection. He's going to go for the reload. Once again, he's going to try to find out the players, but no luck whatsoever, as the player is completely gone away from this area. Now Naki's gonna take his eyes onto a different guy that's already knocked out from the BLUZZ side. He's gonna try to finish him as soon as possible, but they're struggling. They are struggling so much at this point, and to the point where BLUZZ is actually able to come close to the player, get that revival hand on. Oh my god, this can be a potential revive going on. BLUZZ can go back, resetting themselves to the 4th man that they have.
Wait, really? Again? Oh my gosh. I don't know. Well, it happened, and he rehab it. 4 Thrives still trying to get those kills, and unfortunately just that bullets aren't connecting as they needed, and they're not getting the kills that they have. But all the while we're getting shot at, they're also not taking damage, so I guess it's a fair trade, you know. Bullets not connecting on either of these 2 teams, so we're just watching, seeing if one of them will eventually get picked off. But right now it's definitely not the time. Both of these teams still alive, still awake, and Anoki is definitely not giving up. And so with that, it's a waiting game once again for the rest of the map. It doesn't seem to look like there's any action going on. Everyone's still kind of resting after that early game engagements. But up, just as I said, BLUZZ Wakai gets a knockdown. That's a finisher as well on the side of Noki. While we were blinking, they finally connected those bullets, and that's 1 more elimination on the side of 4 Thrives.
Situation is going kind of weird now. Sometimes it is in your favor, sometimes it's not. 4 Thrives, okay, once again getting a BLUZZ player down. That's another start for 4 Thrives again. 3rd one on its way, 3rd elimination coming around. There we go. Gyrosir has been completely finished off. Now, for 12 teams still into the gameplay, we're gonna see some fights that may occur, that may happen. So far, it is EARENA Joker just chilling into the compound. He's not moving too much. He's not making too much of a move that can potentially harm the guy, harm the players up, or anything of those sort of things. But I want to see the rest of the players. Where are they situated at? Like Mormon, like Tony K. Are they close to his proximity? Because I can't see them into the mini-map. It's Tapmock and Joker is all alone. HORAA Esports is going to rotate from here. He's going to shoot at them, and there we go. The location has been provided. EARENA's location is revealed, and now with this, the rest of the teams will definitely come into the play, closing in slowly and steadily. You can see it happening as HORAA Esports is also coming from the back side. Joker is going to be taken down. Turney K trying his level best to get those connectivities, to get those shots on towards the players. But oh my god, Cam Charlie, Shami, No way. There's two different teams, DRS and DRX, still at that much corner of the circle.
So Samsa, we saw a while ago, was like lounging about in the tower while the rest of their teams were getting wiped out at the bottom. And after all that time, they were just kind of like staying at that tower. And now that they probably ran out of healing items, they're like, yep, it's time to up and leave. It's probably safe, right? So they don't know there's actually two teams that are kind of rushing towards circle that they're gonna be late for the party, and so they're gonna be missing out on a lot of eliminations, but still they're alive, and that's what's important. Over here, Yangon Galacticos, they're gonna be waltzing around. There's a squad nearby that will be Tribe AEROMACY. All the while there was a team that got eliminated as well, so that's I believe that was BLUZZ that got eliminated. So we're down to 11 more teams. Jiggle HORAA up in that elevation in that guard tower. All the while they're getting shot at by the players of Tribe AEROMACY, and they definitely need those eliminations. Since taking a look at the stats, Tribe AEROMACY up by 3 eliminations, and all the while RG Esports so far with 1, and they even lost No Fear 911 already.
I mean, that's a lot of casualties that's gonna go around in the area. You have to be very precise on what kind of a fight that you want to like pursue and take against each and every single one of these players. That's the only thing that's gonna help you to secure some decent number of points. RG Esports so far, it's 1 elimination, 3 men still standing. A great start, nonetheless. But still, top 11. They're still in top 11. There's a lot of placements to be before they can secure some decent number of points for themselves. Be very careful on what you're going to do. 4 Thrives versus EARENA is going to happen. As EARENA is going to lose another one of their players, they're going to absolutely been left with down to the very last guy. Tribe AEROMACY. They're also close to HORAA. And we did see HORAA a while ago at the mountain tops at different locations. 3 players, and all 3 of them were kind of scattered, meaning even a single player demise is going to be enough to like put a very big setback onto the HORAA Esports. But 4 Thrives, look at that. That's 2 down of the 4 Thrives. Instantly, that's 1 down confirmation. Then EARENA's final player also gets obliterated out of the into the oblivion. With this top 10 teams, YANGON, DRX, 4 Thrives, APG, 4 Thrives, in fact, alongside of Tribe AEROMACY. These are the names that have the potential. Like, they already took the fights. 4 eliminations, 5 eliminations to that number. Meaning, all the bottom line teams, they will have to, like, present themselves into an aggressive stance against these guys if they want to have any kind of chance.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of pressure coming in, especially since, you know, this is gonna be their 3rd to the last chance today. But of course, there's still more maps later on, especially tomorrow. And so with that, 6 eliminations for 4 Thrives. And they're down to 2 players still, but there's still a chance that they can probably get some more pickoffs. I mean, taking a look at the leaderboards, there's still DRS and Team Secret, who's only with 1 player left. And I wonder how Samso was doing just a while ago. I don't know if they got picked off by the blue zone, but definitely something interesting to watch out for. All the while, it looks like Alpha Gaming actually spots a DRX get those kills also, and that's a whole squad elimination. They managed to take down the top 1 team for this map, DRX, falling with 7 eliminations. Now APG going to be contesting for that. An equal amount of eliminations, and probably more in the future, since they still have 2 players left in the roster still standing in the Sanhok map. And we can see Byron right now. They spot DRS Samsa still alive and kicking, still holding on to dear life even after all this time. That's absolutely insane, going for those placement points. And since we're still 9 teams up, they'll have to hold on just a little bit longer.
Oh yeah, we still have to wait for a tad bit longer bit of time to see the top 8, the points, at least the placement points start happening. There's still going to be 1 more unfortunate team, ladies and gentlemen, that will not receive even a single point to their name. DRS, they're still alive in the circle, but Miaula, oh my god, Lazarus gets knocked down. It's confirmations on Vampire's side. That's only one left. That is Onzen XSS. This guy is the one and final hope for the team. He gets down. It's over for the Vampire Esports from that point onward, at least into this match. But there's definitely going to be more matches for these players to like actually get some decent number of points. So far, 18 minutes have passed, and Sanhok has never been this kind of a stalemate position. But Esports from the back angle, there we have it. Vampire Esports out of the game in a single split second. We were talking about Vampire Esports, the last guy, how much he's going to hold on to his dear life. The moment we're talking about that, HORAA Esports just comes in from the back and be like, boop, it's over, Vampire back. Secret also gets eliminated in the midst of all of this, as they were also a solo player alive. Mean now, with just the 7 teams, there's still going to be a lot of at stake. Whoever gets eliminated here is only going to receive 1 placement point. You still have to go into the top 5, top 4, top 3 to receive those decent number of placement points. But Fourth Rise, as they were moving forward, they're going to be taken down. At least 1 player from the hand of KINOTROPE. For Fourth Rise, the last guy has also been taken down. Naki Ozzy-san. Beautiful spray, beautiful clutch right there. A flick of a gun. He manages to get the player out of the game. Fourth thrives with 7 elimination. They're done and dusted.
Absolutely done and dusted indeed. And you know, beautiful place. I mean, they were out in the open. It's just a matter of a reaction times, and it just so happens it was Ozzy-san that kind of got that kill. But then again, speaking of numbers advantage, they did have 3 players on their side on KINOTROPE, so you know that was to their advantage. And right now, we're just taking the last 6 teams standing. We're 19. Sanhok, 17 players left remaining. KINOTROPE Tribe AEROMACY still alive with 3 eliminations. Don't know if they'll get their 4th at this point. They're getting bombarded, definitely. But taking that kill feed as well. Playzone's taking some lives in their side. We're down to 16 teams now. And so, just waiting. Tribe AEROMACY still alive. Spots a YG at the distance. Alpha Gaming as well, nearby. Don't know if who will spot who first, but definitely Rig is gonna go in and try to jump into the fray. Spots a Say Cloud from YG. Get some sprays, and yeah, that's actually a full squad wipeout for the side of DRS, but I believe YG's still alive. Yep, that's a full elimination actually. Finally with Sky HORAA putting the last nail in the coffin. But over here, of course, the game's not over just yet. We're down to 3 last teams. This is HORAA, this is AST, and this is KINOTROPE. The last 3 teams standing.
3 teams it is. Number 6, number 8, and number 9. 5 eliminations for HORAA. 3-man standing. AST, 3-man standing. 4 eliminations. KINOTROPE, 1 player is going to be taken down with 3 eliminations in total to their name. Tribe AEROMACY is taking the fight against HORAA Esports, whereas HORAA Esports is more focused on the KINOTROPE's player. They are throwing all those utilities at the arsenal that they have. Finales in the behind that hovercraft that he is using right now to become the covercraft. Sky HORAA, he's also looking at Tribe AEROMACY. Okay, so it's a duo split. HORAA Esports finally receiving the damage from Finale. It's Sky being knocked, it's being taken down instantly. Ouch! That's a big ouchie moment for the HORAA Esports. They were doing so good handling both sides, but now the situation is not looking good as Tribe AEROMACY also gets a knockdown onto their side. KINOTROPE still has yet to get that revive done upon their player. So one thing for sure that I can see is a 2 versus 2 versus 2 scenario. Zero finally gets eliminated by the hand of Sleepy HORAA. That's a kill steal right there on the Tribe AEROMACY side. But Rig, can he go close to KINOTROPE? Can he get the elimination on KINOTROPE or not? But Tamar coming in, getting Sleepy out, and Jiggle being the fine and only hope of the team. He's behind. He's completely out in the open, submerged into that grass, spotted up, eliminated, and HORAA out of the match. AST Giante now shooting grenades on Ozzy-san. Ozzy-san getting taken down. Another one going near the Tamar, but nope. Tamar still alive, still available, but a grenade, another one. Rig, You beast! You're going to throw a grenade at one of the Team KINOTROPE players. You're going to take him down. Then Giante threw one. He got a player down. Now it's down to the very last guy, a 1v2. But Tamar, you're out of the vicinity of the circle. You're not even in the safe zone. So the circles that's going to close up on you, it's going to hurt you. It's going to definitely hurt you. Not just a little bit, but too much, to the point that you're not going to be able to survive. But there we go. One grenade went. It did a little bit of damage, a splash damage on both the players. Now they're down to the half HP. Tamar throwing another one, not gonna get any connection. Okay, Giante did receive some connection, but not all of it. So now final move, final push, going forward. Rig in the front lines, the shots, the sprays, ADS fire did work out somewhat, but it's last but not the least. It is AEROMACY with that beautiful engagement that they did.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. KINOTROPE with the numbers advantage, and that worked out on their favor. And so with that, that was actually match number 4. That was Sanhok. Quite, maybe we crossed the 20-minute mark, but still, it's absolutely amazing to watch. We saw the wild card, the second wild card in a row, and after this, we'll be moving on to home sweet Miramar and Erangel once again. But yeah, after that Rondo and that Sanhok chaos finally. But still, that was a really good match. There's a lot of players, rather teams, that racked up a lot of points in this Sanhok, especially with the winner chicken dinner on the side of KINOTROPE, and as well as Tribe AEROMACY getting a lot of points towards the end as well, especially with the placement points. And there's a lot of interesting plays, but still, Sanhok is Sanhok. Lots of things happened, but what I really want to see right now is the potential statistics later on, and definitely how this all affects the overall rankings later on.
Oh yeah, I do want to see those rankings coming up, as it was an amazing match, but so much on the destructive side. Early on, yeah, there were not too much of the fights. Yes, 1 or 2 were going on back and forth, but in the middle of the match, there was a very big stalemate scenario. Sanhok being the very Sanhok, kind of similaring the Miramar vicinities, going to a slow pace. But here we go, Tribe AEROMACY with the winner chicken dinner to their name. 7 eliminations and 7 on the overall ranking. 1029 damage, 16 kilometer is the distance travel, and throwable used throughout this whole game is a total of 16.
Yep, and there we have it. Tribe AEROMACY walking away with, I believe that will be 17 points in total for this Sanhok map. And I mean, it's not a lot, especially since if you compare it with the other maps, but still it's a considerable amount of points to be had, especially if you're trying to vie for those overall leaderboards. Yeah, individual team stats. Riggs with 4, Zayo with 2, Giante with 1, and Delta with 0. 24 damage dealt for Delta. I believe they got knocked down quite early on. Giante with 146 damage, Zioy with 362, and Rig with 497. Just almost crossing the 500 point mark for the damage dealt. But of course, pretty wonderful team stats. No wonder that they won in the end with amazing game sense and just absolutely crushing this Sanhok map. And I think the next will be the match summary. That's 59 total eliminations, 5 grenade eliminations, 0 airdrops looted, 0 vehicle eliminations as well, 4,557 healing done, and 207 meters for the longest eliminations that sniped from IQQ. Absolutely beautiful from 4 Thrives.
Oh yeah, summary shows us a lot of different things. Who had the vehicle elimination, who had the longest distance of the elimination number, but a total of elimination happening into the game, 59 it was. But MVP of the match, it is none other than Tamar. 3 elimination, 626 damage, 41 meters is his longest elimination distance, with the survival time of 21:34. Because of the survival time, KINOTROPE Tamar manages to secure that MVP of the match. But going into the match leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, 17 total points for the Tribe AEROMACY. We have KINOTROPE with 12, APG with the 12 as well, HORAA with 11, 10 for YANGON, 7 for 4T, DRX having 7, DRS with 6, 4 for Secret, 2 for DK, A1 RG, 1 for EARENA, R8, Vampire, BLUZZ, BTR, not a single point.
And I actually remember that BTR got so early on. I don't think they even picked up the most ideal of guns just yet. But yeah, and maybe just a little bit of bad luck, especially with the drop offs. But yeah, over here, overall leaderboards still did not stop BTR from clinching that rank number one. And in rank number two is still DR with I don't know if it's still DRX, but it's definitely DRX right now with 34 points. But Alpha Gaming looming about just right behind them with 1 point, and EARENA as well with 1 point, DK with 1 point. Also, it's a chain reaction. It's a very volatile from number 2 to number 5, perhaps even number 6 to number 8, especially since they're just a few points away, 28, 27, and 26. But still, looking at the first page, these are your teams to look out for, especially with BTR managing to put a 9 point gap between them and number 2, which is ZRX. So yeah, this has been interesting. This was match number 4. Later on, we will be seeing match number 5 and match number 6. And good old Erangel and Miramar. I bet the players will finally get a breather after those 2 wildcard maps. But of course, before that happens, I believe we will be going on to a break. So for those of you tuning in, thank you so much. Do like and subscribe this stream, and do tell your friends to go ahead and watch. And so with that, lots of things to look forward to later. But before that happens, of course, we'll be seeing you in a few minutes. So stay tuned. Yeah, later.
Oh, okay. I think we're still
Yeah,
not
we
going
will
for the
go to
break.
a
But
break.
right now, ladies and gentlemen,
We're
now
ready.
we're going to go to the break. So stay here, stay connected with us. We'll be right back.
Autobots, roll out! This planet reeks of weakness. Your courage reignites my spark. We'll crowd a new node of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Come check out WoW version 3.9 during this blistering summer. But watch out so you don't get blasted by ink. The new Ink Blaster fires ink in multiple different colors. Like other firearms, it deals damage, but it also splatters anything it hits with ink. Look at how much fun they're having. Look, seems like the pool party's got some fierce-looking guests. The Smog Zombie and Spitter Zombie have been added to WoW. They're not easy to deal with. Don't miss out on this summer showdown. We might need a janitor to come clear up the battleground. Hold on, an old friend from Winter has come to join our party too. How epic! Start creating with these decks. The creator page now has a co-creation wallet feature, which displays your detailed creation earnings. Stay tuned.
highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Feed set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025.
Yep, we are back to PUBG Mobile's Training Grounds Season 2. We just saw match number 4 in Sanhok. We'll be moving on to match number 5. And we are still your casters. Torix is with me and my name is Annie. And yep, pretty nice chicken dinner for the side of Tribe AEROMACY a while ago. But overall, a pretty riveting performances from all of these teams. So Torix, what are your thoughts so far?
I mean, it's Erangel and the Miramar sets coming up. First, it's going to be a Miramar. Then we're going to have like Erangel at the very end of the day. So my assumption is that the Miramar, in fact, is going to go kind of on the aggressive side. We're going to see a lot of casualties, maybe at the early stages, maybe not at the early stages. As it's still the first day, Annie, I can totally assume all of these players to like be kill hungry, to be elimination hungry, and I want them to be. At this point, I want them to be elimination hungry because that's the way to go. That's the thing to do. You have to be elimination hungry if you want to like secure some decent number of those points for yourself if you want to stay into that top ranking whatsoever, because this is a very, very like a prestigious event going on. It is the bragging right for the Training Ground Nepal Pro Season number 2 champions at this point. You have to make sure that you're giving your absolute 100% of your performance if you want to like secure some decent number of points today. Tomorrow is going to be like a day where everyone's going to be going on each other to take them down, take them over from the overall ranking. And the third day, we all know what the third day stands for. The third day only stays there for that one crucial thing, one little thing, Annie, and that is that you have to maintain your top positions.
Yeah, absolutely. Day 3 is where all the fun is because you're either one of these 2 teams or maybe 3 teams. If you're number 1 and you're pretty comfortable with your spot, all you have to do is kind of watch everyone else go at each other. And for those teams with like around the top area where they think they still have a chance to climb up, they'll definitely try to give it their all to get as much points as possible. And the third type of team, the most interesting one, is those in the second half of the leaderboards where they just know that they probably don't have a chance anymore and they're just kind of like doing whatever they want. I love day number 3 so much. But for day number 2, everyone's still taking it seriously, and the fact that it's day number 2 and they can review the stream afterwards and study their enemies, it's definitely gonna be, you know, lots of flavor changes, lots of adjustments that's gonna happen, and perhaps maybe some improvements on some strategies for some teams. But yeah, this is match number 5, not only for today but for this whole tournament. And so we're gonna be seeing Miramar again, and that flight path is like pretty fair. I mean, it's cutting the map into half from the far northwestern side going down to Puerto Paraiso. And so there's a lot of places that can be dropped off to, especially Los Leones and El Pozo. Maybe not Campo Militar, maybe not the prison, but still there's a lot of places, a lot of hot drops where they can go to.
I mean, I would love a hot drop or two in this proximity. So far, we are seeing not a lot of them, actually. The Picaro is even, in fact, not even contested. Then we have a Hacienda del Patron. Kinda into the contestation, not too much. There's a possibility that it might go, it might not go. But yes, the circle. The circle's gonna make all the differences. Going to El Azhar being the dead center location. BLUZZ official has also taken those casualties into the area for Thrives, receiving a sticky grenade as their stairs. So it's these 2 teams taking the fight in the proximity of Monte Nuevo. Monte Nuevo, it is. Fourth Rives taking the first initial frag out of this whole map. This is the first frag of the day. First frag of the match. Grenade going on once again, and Tamang is gonna be taken down to the last two. BLUZZ official. Things are not looking good.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact that it's just the 2-minute mark and there's already like one player down. That's actually IQQ getting that first blood, that first elimination for his team. But unfortunately, Fortha is not thriving so much. They're still out in the open. They're like practically like a lot of targets on their backs. But over here, it looks like we're gonna see like a 4-man push, and with that, Tamang falls, and actually the whole BLUZZ official will be saying goodbye, not even finding the 3-minute mark. So for the rest of the day, they're gonna be on the lobby for about 20 minutes waiting for this Miramar map to end. But yeah, pretty much we already see our first squad wipeout, and now we're down to 15 teams, 60 players. It seems that after that engagement, nothing else is really happening. It doesn't seem that way. So everyone else is just gonna go ahead and get their resources and perhaps even rotate to the El Azahar.
I mean, right now, we do have to see what's gonna happen. How they can actually play really good or really bad. But it's Danjad so far on our screen, and the rest of the players, you can see them slowly, steadily pushing forward. It's almost been 4 minutes into the game, so we can't really know for sure what's gonna happen between these players and these teams. But there's definitely a tension going on in between them. A single moment that's gonna start the chain reaction of those eliminations.
Yeah. Definitely. Kind of just watching what Cyclone's doing here. I think they have information that someone from DRX is just nearby. And I don't know if they're aware they're all alone, but DRX is surrounding them from the east and western part of QXZZZ. And it seems that for DRX, they have all 4 players still standing. I don't know about their loots, however, Big Papa just landed. And so with that, it's a waiting game for DRS and DRX. Lots of tension going on. And I think QXZZZ, they know that there's someone out there. It's no wonder they're kind of not comfortable with walking around just yet. Big Papa is on the way, however. Nia as well with their car. I think maybe perhaps they're gonna go to the rescue and try to get those potential kills in the bag. But yeah, we're looking at RG Esports as well. And it doesn't seem that they're contesting this area. It looks like they have it all to themselves. But eventually they'll have to go ahead and get a move on to the circle if they want a head start to getting a really good position and securing a really good position for later on.
I mean, it's been a hot minute, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and we're still not seeing those kind of casualties that we saw into the first Miramar match. So I can safely assume that, okay, this Miramar match is going to go completely on the safer side. But there's also that factor that it had been one elimination of the full team. BLUZZ official was taken down, and Fourth Rise was responsible for that. Now with this momentum that they have generated, maybe they're going to go maybe with the aggressive stances or not. But so far, DRS, Secret, this is another 2 names, 2 different teams that actually took down 1-1. 1 eliminations of 2 different sides of teams. Vampire and DRX, they lost their players at that point in time. But DRX so far, after that first initial loss of their player, you can see how they're rotating into this area. Big Mama is still away from the team. They're still not going back together in a single position and regrouping, moving together. No, It's not happening like that. They are kind of still scattered, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The fight that we have all been waiting for to occur in the Miramar match. It is R8, it is DRS into the face front side. Example, low on that HP. He manages to get a knockdown. It can be a trade-off once again on both sides as they're struggling. The SLR is not going to get any kind of connection. But, Damar, oh my god, coming from an off angle. DRS Gaming couldn't even survive, couldn't even know what hit them. And it's over within the split second. R8 securing those 4 elimination and DRS out of the match.
Yeah, I mean, just saying goodbye all of a sudden like that. Being the second team to fall in this Miramar map on the 7-minute mark. DRS walks away with 1 elimination, but unfortunately nothing else. And so KINOTROPE Gaming, they're still out in the open. This is finale actually on our screens, and right now it's Tribe AEROMACY. Let's see what they're up to. It looks like they have their loots in the bag. They're probably looting for a little bit more guns for themselves, but they're all alone. But I think I saw another team nearby, and they're definitely gonna run into each other because whoever's in that area, they need to go ahead and rotate into the stage 1 circle. Look at that blue zone. It's gonna close in, and it's not gonna hurt just as much just yet, but it's definitely not something that you just want to like sit there for no reason. We're here, Vampire Esports. Probably looted the place up. They're all alone. No potential engagements to see. And I think they're just chilling. They did lose 1 player already, and they still have 0 eliminations, but still, they're alive, they're happy, they're thriving, and they're searching for their next victim on their screens.
I mean, isn't everybody doing this right now? Everybody's trying to find out
Absolutely.
if there is anyone close to this area, trying to know if there is any way that we can secure more and more eliminations for ourselves. But that's the thing. You're not going to be able to secure them. Vampire Esports so far on our screen. And slowly, steadily moving to different teams as well, like EARENA. So far, they're here as well. And aside from that, it's been like 8 minutes. The first stage has closed, right? Only 2 teams got eliminated. Miramar is absolutely showing its absolute true colors here with the amount of safe gameplay that the teams are showing, but they're not leaving this opportunity. They're not leaving the opportunity to get those elimination, those juicy elimination. The moment they find that, okay, we're able to get this elimination on the confirmation side, they instantly switch their tactics. They instantly get the knockdowns, get those confirmation. And EARENA now, 1 player on the lower edge side, more men it is, and the rest of the team's just gone straight up completely to the top of the mountain.
Yeah, definitely on top of the mountain. I mean, it's a good vantage point. You can find a lot of movement from here, but on the other hand, there's no one to be found just yet. DK, however, we're gonna see if they're gonna spot this squad over here that's gonna move into the side. That's actually KINOTROPE, and DK potentially probably gonna go and try to get those hits because KINOTROPE definitely is gonna make a lot of noise with their vehicles. Over here, Forest versus Mark potentially, and there's another player toward the right as well. That's a finale, and there's another player from DK that's like closing in on them, but we're not seeing any pushes. We're not seeing any positionings just yet. They're just watching their backs for now. And I think I saw just a while ago there was a knock as well. And this is a really messy map. I mean, there's a lot of land to go about, but still, we're talking 14 teams and 53 players still standing. But that's gonna be over later on. YG falling from the hands of Alpha Gaming. Baron getting those sprays and one after the other. There we go. YG losing their players once to the play zone, some to Alpha Gaming as well. But Alpha Gaming, they do find 3 eliminations from that. Ziol does need a revive, and they need to keep going. That blue zone is gonna eat them up sooner or later.
That blue zone will definitely eat them sooner or later at this point in time, but they have to be very precise on what they want to do. because it's 1,800 meters almost outside of the proximity of the circle, and that's a lot of distance considering Miramar it is. You have to revive your players, you have to get back to the 75% HP, you have to make sure that you have enough arsenals and healings, utilities that you can possibly use to try and maintain your position in outside of the circle and move in the circle. In the meanwhile, EARENA, we can see them fight with the Vampire Esports as they're throwing the smokes and making sure that the vision is blocked before they push together, push forward to the Meowla's location. Now Joker has a grenade in hand. He is gonna throw it up straight onto the face of the player, but nope, he has been spotted. He has been stopped in the midway of being throwing that grenade. EARENA now slowly approaching Vampire Esports as the revival has actually been occurred. Meowla being knocked out. It's one trade-off going around. Mormon taking another one out of the proximity, and down to the last guy it is of Vampire Esports. In a single instance, within the blink of an eye, the moment the players decided to push, it's over for them.
Yep, Vampire Esports was seeing goodbye once again, unfortunately with 0 kills to show for it. But, yep, for the rest of the teams, they still have a chance. 30 teams, in fact, Team Secret gonna join in on the fun with EARENA from a distance. This is gonna be a standoff sooner or later. But Team Secret, so far, 1 elimination on their side. They still have their full roster, so they have a good chance of survival, especially against the other teams where, you know, they lost several players already. But over here, 4, 5, 6, will they connect that grenade? GK is in trouble. Took a lot of damage from that, just a little bit more, and that elimination is going to go to the side of Team Secret. With that, I think Team Secret's trying to fight back as well. EARENA falling by the hands of Frankie from a distance. A pretty good strategy if I say so myself, but Frankie's all alone right now, so he's gonna be running away, and he's getting shot at by someone from a distance. That actually BTR gonna be joining in on the fun as well, and that last player from YG just lounging about as well, running for their lives. They're all alone, but of course 456 not over just yet. They spot Alpha Gaming. YANGON the Galacticos all the while also loses their lives.
Nice.
But EARENA 7 eliminations.
I mean, I love this. I'm not complaining. 7 elimination to the name of EARENA is a great number to start. But the car's stuck. I think so. The car is stuck. You can't get it out anymore. But Delmer, low net HP. Grenade coming on to the Prestige. The sprays are coming up as well as 4th right from the back lines. It is their name popping up, getting those eliminations. And you can absolutely see what's going to happen, how it's going on for all of these players right now into this area, as 4th Rise gets the final nail in the coffin against the R8 players. R8 with 4 eliminations, down and dusted. Now 4th Rise with the total number of 8 eliminations to their backpack. They're going to move forward. 7 elimination to the side of EARENA as well. 3-man moving forward, entering in the circle. A good job. A very wise choice. Team EARENA not leaving their premises completely open, getting into the safe. But wait. Hold up. Do I see a guy trying to take his own team members on top of that bumper into the car moving forward? That's insane. Insane, and I love it. I mean, yeah, friendly fire going around. But yeah, the way that the players are doing this kind of like an aggressive stances, I love this. The unorthodox play, it's absolutely amazing. But no, CHBZ, I think that's your own team member's Molotov that actually burned you up. No, yes, no. It is Fabian's Molotov. No way. Come on, these small mistakes, they're gonna go a long way into your overall performance.
I can't imagine what their comms sound like right now. Like, dude, come on, I was right there, dude. But yeah, what's done is done. DK is eliminated off, and I believe we just crossed. We're about to cross rather the 6-minute mark, and it's getting really interesting. So that circle is gonna close in. There's still 30 players standing and 10 teams for vying for that winner with the chicken dinner. And with that, looking at the leaderboards, it's EA so far that's kind of dominating right now. They have 10 eliminations on their side. Love the camera work. Ziol does get shot at, however. I think they had trouble a bit with their UI. But yeah, A1 storming in Baron. What could you do at that point? That's absolutely scary. I mean, if you see a team come at you at that, what can you do at that point? You're all alone. Yeah, Tribe AEROMACY spots EA. EA still has a 3-man team. And Tribe AEROMACY, they're still at 0 eliminations. So they have to go aggressive if they want to go ahead and catch up to everyone else. So with that, it's a waiting game for them. Try to see if they can find the opportunity to go ahead and clinch that eliminations, but they'll be waiting just a little bit longer because I think everyone's going back to the stalemate because everyone's just kind of waiting for the right moment to strike.
I mean, everyone's waiting for the right moment to strike, and I can see why. Because it's top 8, you don't want to make any kind of mistakes that's going to potentially not give you that winner in a chicken dinner, or it might just take it away from you. Maybe that's why the teams are being really, really cautious right now from this point onward. I love the fact that EARENA has also managed to secure 10 eliminations for their name. So that's actually like an insane gameplay that they have done. 3 players still remaining, and I have seen them play in like the previous tournaments and everything. It's a complete EARENA at this point. The aggression, the amount of game style, and the amount of aggressive stances that they're using, the risky moves that they're using, it's absolutely phenomenal. It's super risky, but it's working out for them somehow. It's working out, and I'm all in for it. As long as the strategy works out for a team, I think they should stick to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If it's working, stick to it. But we're here, A1 throwing those grenades against EARENA. And the question is now, will it connect? Will it become a knockdown? And that's a yes, actually. Mormon gets a knockdown. Let's see if CJ Boy can finish him off. Doesn't seem that way, however. And it looks like 456 is about to come in to the rescue. CJ Boy spots them. Wow! That's absolutely crazy. Love the gun work. Didn't even get that much effort to go ahead and get that knockdown and eventually elimination. But here we're looking at BIGETRON by Vitality as well. 3 eliminations. The defending top 1 on the overall leaderboards. I mean, they sit comfortably with 9 points more than DRX, which is like the 2nd place, but still can't be complacent, especially since EA over here, they climbed up with 11 points. Maybe not as much placement points, but still they can't get complacent. It's still day number 1. They have to defend their top 1 spot.
I mean, right now, the top 1 spot, EARENA, even if they are eliminated, that's only 2 eliminations of a difference. Even A1 RG, if they are careful, if they manage to like take down 4 thrives, they can potentially secure that at the very end of the game, the top position. But that's just straight up on the elimination sides. Be very careful on what the teams are about to do at this point. BIGETRON by Vitality, you can see him, you can see the player not making too much of a risky move, but finally spotting the player down out in the open. He's going to shoot at him. The tap fires, the burst down sprays. They're not going to get any kind of connection. That's a sad thing. That's a sad thing about this long range, the Scar L, the 4-time spray, that you're not able to like secure those crucial points that you can potentially do that. Yes, you're going to break the car. You're going to make sure that the car is unusable at this point, but the player is already like into a safer spot. He's gonna call his team members, he's gonna put the smoke cloud up there, and then he's just gonna move away, and there's nothing you can do about it. At this point, you need your team members to like close in onto the distance, whereas you're the one giving the cover, and as soon as there's a knockdown, you instantly go for that obliteration.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what's happening. But his head is sticking out of the car. That's crazy. But yeah, that was pretty good. We're 20 minutes into this Miramar map, and we're watching KINOTROPE Gaming. They lost Tam R, and they still have 0 eliminations 21 minutes into the game. So definitely have to step up. It looks like they're still playing safe, but it's not going to be sustainable for the rest of this competition. Over here, A1RG spots a squad. That's HORAA, but at what price? Death Storm gets knocked down. Flashes nearby. That goes the same with CJ Boy as well. I think they can get this revive in the bag, and they definitely have to get moving. Stage 6, Blue Zone about to swallow them whole. And so with that, they're going to be walking into a lot of open fields. So let's see what happens right now.
We do have to see what's going to happen. That you're absolutely true on that, Annie. The momentum that the teams have got for themselves, it's not going to work out in the complete open. When you're in the complete open, there's a lot of like other opportunities that your opponent's going to have against you. Your location is going to be revealed. Even if you're safe from one angle, there's always those second or third angle that you might not have completely secured, that might be into the open, that may have a slight bit of chance of taking you out. But ladies and gentlemen, it is A1RG so far on our screen, slowly moving from their car to car, from one direction to another one. You can see even outside of this like location where Tribe AEROMACY is situated at, they're completely super like at the very corner of the circle. Yeah, but they had like the full backside covered out for them. Like they were so on the hard like shift of the zone that nobody's gonna be onto their backside. They only have to worry about the forefront of their angles, the locations where the enemies are gonna come in from. So these locations, they have to absolutely make sure that they master it. They don't let anyone like take over the advantage for them. But we have KINOTROPE versus BTR in the vicinity, in the kill feed, getting some ramp downs and getting some eliminations.
Yeah, they're definitely getting some trade. KINOTROPE. Last we saw, they had 0 eliminations. It looks like on the leaderboards, it's still 0. So it's just a bunch of knocks on the side of BTR. And it looks like BTR still has a full roster. But taking a look at that, Theorine gets a finisher on their side, making it a 4. Now potentially a 5, 1 versus 1 with Noki from the side of 4 types. Unfortunately, it's Curine that'll be falling, but Optimus is right behind them. Noki, very low on health and definitely did not stand a chance against Optimus. That's actually the full elimination of 4 types. We'll be saying goodbye, but not without taking 10 points with them. That's 10 whole eliminations on their side before falling.
I mean, whatever works out for you, but A1, oh my god, taking 1 down, but no way. Missing your other crucial shot. That's not the way to go. Instantly been taken down. Now there's a chance that a revive might happen. HORAA Esports in the midst of all of this as well. You can see them closing in. They want a piece of this fight. They want a piece of this action as well. But BTR versus KINOTROPE, it's happening as BTR is taking that upper advantage. The advantage against the KINOTROPE's player. Those are utilities. Those are throwables. They're definitely going to be thrown up on this guy. But Ozi-san is in the back lines. He's not there. He can't be shot. He's definitely gonna stay alive. He's gonna survive. Ooh. But not for long, Optimus, not for long. As you get a down, as you get a shot on you, now it's up to the KINOTROPE's Ozi-san to manage the situation for the whole team. But nope. In a short, distant grenade, it's over for every single one of the players. A 9 elimination for the BTR. A great initialization that they have got. And now they're up on the highest number of elimination that's alive. That's on the number of alive total teams. Still, they can get more. They can get more secured for themselves. Why? Because they still have 2 players alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's only 2 points away from basically being on the same playing field as EARENA on this map. So with that, they still have 2 players. A1RG, however, launching around with 9 eliminations already. And Curine actually gets another one. That's a knock, but I don't know if that's going to be a finisher. A1RG will be saying goodbye with 8. And, wow, no. A1 has 11. Okay, never mind. So they have 11. They matched up to EA just before they got kicked out. And so with that, DRX also falls. BTR now one of the top 3 teams. BTR, HORAA, and Tribe AEROMACY. But right now, Tribe AEROMACY is falling by the hands of Curene, trying to see if they can find another kill. Because all they're getting is knocks, never the finisher. So they definitely have to work on that. Let's see. HORAA Esports also throwing in their grenades, trying to see if they can find more kills because they definitely need them. They're still in 3 eliminations, but definitely a lot of placement points on their side.
I mean, talk about unlucky like this, and that's exactly what's happening towards these players, towards these teams so far. But here we go, BIGETRON, they're not stopping, they're getting more and more elimination. As you can already see, they have 10 to their arsenal, to their name, and into the backpack that they go. Tribe AEROMACY is also going to receive a Molotov but from the HORAA side. It's a third party, ladies and gentlemen, ensued straight up there, but HORAA Esports is also going to pay in blood as they took down these eliminations from the side of BIGETRON, and BIGETRON is not going to be happy. They take down one of the HORAA Esports player. It's potentially a 1 versus 2, where the chances for the winner of the chicken dinner definitely goes to HORAA Esports. But the amount of elimination that BTR has for themselves at this point, the amount of aggression that they have secured, the confidence booster that they're going to have because of that, it's definitely going to tilt a little bit towards the side of BIGETRON. They're also getting that revival done upon on the players, whereas Skyhorn, he's coming down, ramming the player down straight up with the car. That's a car elimination, and he win for us in the summary.
That was so funny. I thought PGR was like, you know what, we can get this revive in, and then there was just a car that said, "Hi, I'm joining the game," and that was just a wonderful end to our match number 5 in Miramar. So with that, you know what? I'm excited for that stats because at least there will be 1 vehicle elimination.
Yes.
I think that's actually 2. There were 2 people that got ran over. So we're gonna be a really interesting stat. So right now, congratulations to the winner in the chicken dinner. I'm really excited to see what the statistics are, because there's a lot of teams that racked up a lot of points, BTR being one of them. And so with that, you know what? That's what I'm looking forward to right now.
I mean, I love it. I love it. The way that we had the car eliminations. I was complaining that yes, so we not have the car elimination so far. We're not seeing the final came in fact for us on our screen at this point. But yes, Annie, the match number 5. This was the second last match of the day. Going in stats, that will mean that team match the match occurred only has 1 more chance of securing those points for themselves to the table up, and that's absolutely it. A total of 3 days of action and almost a 1 day of action is about to come to the sport. That winner an elimination hashtag first on the overall standing going WWE we can go fear 4 for knockouts. And 2 guys eliminated for 445 for Jail has also 0 AFD2 damage.
It's also crazy. That's 1,000 damage dealt. You'd expect that you'd have like 10 eliminations, but unfortunately it's just 4. Here we have the match summary. I'm zoning in on the vehicle eliminations, and I'm pretty sure we know exactly where that is. That's 60 total eliminations, 5 grenade eliminations, 3 airdrops looted, healing done 8,229, and of course longest eliminations. That's pretty far. That's 354 meters. And of course, that's pretty, usual for Miramar. And here we have the MVP of the match, and that's Curene. And we just saw Curene from start to finish. Such nice snipes, such nice connections on the bullets, and that has total eliminations. And unfortunately, just 5, even though the total damage is 1,265. Longest eliminations. I'm saying this because this guy is amazing and just doing the snaps at 268 meters. we have the match leaderboards. HORAA 70 total, but BTR lagging behind by just 1 point, 16. A1, EA both having 11, 4-5s with 10, DRX with 6, AST with 5, KN and R8 with 4 each, APG with 3, DK with 2. That goes the same with Team Secret and DRS with 1. VPE, YG, and BLUZZ unfortunately will not be going home with any points from Miramar just yet. And yeah, that was the match leaderboards. And I think we'll be moving on to the overall later on. But right now, you know what? Expecting, since BTR was the top one in the previous match, they'll definitely be they definitely maintained their top run rank, but then they can't get complacent, even though we're already 5 matches in to prove themselves. But HORAA's doing quite well with 70 points as well, and we're taking a look at how DRX is doing, which is our top 2. They have 6 points right now, but it could all change. We have 13 matches left to go for this whole tournament, so that's absolutely something to look forward to. And of course, there's some teams that we're already in match number 5, so we can have a good idea on what's happening, definitely. But yeah, Torix, take a look at the overall leaderboard right now.
Oh yeah, the overall leaderboard is on our screen. 59 for the BTR, still on the very top that they go. 43 for EARENA, 40 for DRX, 36 for APG, Alpha Gaming, A1 RG having 35, 33 for the HORAA. With this one chicken dinner, they have climbed up a considerable decent number of spots. DK, DPLUS Kia, 33, 32 for the Supremacy, DRS 29, for Thrive 27, 26 for the YANGON, KINOTROPE 25, 23 for the Team Secret, Vampire with 22 overall, R8 with 16, and BLUZZ official with 13 as well. Falcon and A7 has not joined us in the matches whatsoever for the day number 1, and you can see no stats for them on here. But yes, Annie, match number 5, it's done and dusted. Match number 5, meaning only one more match to go, only one more game to go, and we will have the one day number 1 completely concluded.
Yeah, and our last match will be going to Erangel. So we're ending on a familiar note. This is the basic map. Everyone knows this like the back of their hand. So familiar buildings, familiar drop-off points. It's not like, Rondo, where you absolutely do not know what's happening. And it's not like Sanhok, where there's a lot of chaos. But before that happens, and of course, we're going to be going on to a short break for real this time. So for those of you tuning much, and we'll be seeing you in a few minutes.
Cybertron's future is near. Autobots, roll out! reignites my spark. We'll crown a new lord of Cybertron. Roll for freedom. A victory for all sentient beings.
Come check out WoW version 3.9 during this blistering summer. But watch out so you don't get blasted by ink. The new Ink Blaster fires ink in multiple different colors. Like other firearms, it deals damage, but it also splatters anything it hits with ink. Look at how much fun they're having. Look, seems like the pool party's got some fierce-looking guests. The Smog Zombie and Spitter Zombie have been added to WoW. They're not easy to deal with. Don't miss out on this summer showdown. We might need a janitor to come clear up the battleground. Hold on, an old friend from Winter has come to join our party too. How epic! Start creating with these new objects. The creator page now has a co-creation wallet feature, which displays your detailed creation earnings. Stay tuned.
The highly anticipated addition to the Mummy series outfits is here. Paired with the new Ice Tomb Glider, the Polar Spectrophage set is just what you need to freeze your enemies. Or send them ablaze with the Inferno Fiend set's new upgradable Chain Inferno Uzi. All the Mummy outfits are back. Get them all. Join now and collect the whole series to turn all eyes on the battleground. Event period, July 10th, 2025 through September 2nd, 2025.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again after this tad bit of short break that we just went on to. We're finally back with our final match of the day. Final match of the day, number one. That will be Erangel. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your casters, this is your host, Tatorix. Alongside with me on the desk is the one and only Annie. Annie, welcome back. It has been a tad minute since we last came onto the caster desk, but yes, judging from the stats of the previous match, BTR is constantly staying on the very top, right? After that first third match, Rondo, the 30 points that they managed to secure for themselves, they have constantly been climbing those stairs, soaring high into the overall ranking with the top position being contested. Nobody's even close to that. Nobody's even remotely close to that top position. They need a win of a chicken dinner. They need 10 elimination or more elimination, depending on how BTR is going to play that particular match. But yes, it's the final match of the day. It's Erangel. It's a default map. Everyone knows it. Like Annie said, like the back of their hands. They know where to go. They know where to drop. They know how to disengage the fights and where to take the fights as well. So the main question still remains. We're going to see the aggression, aggressive stances, their destruction, or as it's the final match, the teams will prefer to play it out slow.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I was thinking. Since this is the last match, maybe there's something a little bit different that's gonna happen. Either it's fatigue, or maybe something about morale. Maybe something will change with the teams, but it doesn't change the fact this is Erangel. So it's basically like you can put yourself on autopilot and you know exactly where you're going. But yeah, this is the last chance for day number 1, and it looks like we're already seeing the military base. I think this is gonna be a funny flight path, if I say so myself. I really want to see the map right now. I think the players will be a little bit surprised. Yeah, it's going on very biased towards the southeastern side. I mean, Sosnovka military base goes to show it's a very accessible, and perhaps multi-power plant, farm, shelter, Lipovka mansion, school in Pochinki, a little bit of a stretch, as well as Yasnaya Poliana. But you can go ahead and choose your poison at this point. I think Very Pure and Primorsk is also accessible. So with that, this is gonna be interesting, especially if the first circle is gonna be funny. Go ahead and go to Giorgio Pool. I think it'll be pretty funny for our last match.
I mean, you know what else would be funny? All the teams dropping in one location, but we know that's not gonna happen, and we know that's not gonna occur. I wanted to see that, like a single city fully contested with 16 out of 16 teams, 70 out of 70 players, everybody going haywire. But no, that's not going to happen. Pochinki might be the place where there might be 2 teams, but aside from that, all the southern side areas, like the farm, the Milta city, the Novoropnoy military base, nobody's there. Nobody's even remotely close. Going towards the Yasnaya Poliana, we can see EARENA making their way close into the proximity, but not a Yasnaya. They're going to go straight into the middle of the Rozok and Yasnaya path, the roadside, the squad house compound, where there is also HORAA Esports dropping down DRX in the cars, in a car. In fact, a solo player is in the car so far, but R8 joining this match with a trio. No way. They're already set back, and on top of that, there's Prestige being taken down.
Man, the Mars just holding a knife, absolutely crazy. Marth with the SMG not gonna do well, and with that, EA is gonna wipe them off. Damar, what can you do with a knife? You literally brought a knife to a gunfight. EARENA easily sweeps R8 under the rug. And well, they already had the numbers disadvantage, and you know what? It's the last match. You're gonna be going to sleep after this. Northia HORAA falls, however, out in the open field. 456 just has to go ahead and clean this place up, and definitely they do just that. EA, take a look at that. 4 eliminations, but Mormon, I don't think it's over just yet. There's a HORAA, the rest of HORAA, trying to see if they can get revenge for the death of one of their players. And over that, 456 actually falls to their side. That goes to with Joker as well. That's -2 for the roster of EARENA.
I mean, EARENA, that's -2 on their players, but 4 elimination is a dandy number. It's a very, very good number. But even if it's not going to affect you right now, it's going to affect you so much maybe into the later stages when there's going to be a lot of different teams, a lot of players. You're going to want to make sure that you 4 players are alive. But HORAA Esports, I think they want just to end this fight of EARENA right here. They want to make sure that the reign that EARENA is trying to have for themselves, they just put a full stop right here and now. Jiggle HORAA being spotted. Tourney K, that's a knock, that's a confirmation, and HORAA Esports is also down to the 2 players.
Yep. HORAA as well as EA. They're down 2 players, despite being in the top 1, top 2 rankings in this map. And you know what? EA and HORAA, they're pretty high up in the overall rankings as well. And so with that, I mean, this match number 6 wasn't so forgiving for their side. And it looks like Sleepy from HORAA, probably Sky from a distance as well. They're not done with EA just yet. They know they only have 2 players left, but they also know the opposing teams, only 2. We can see Sky positioning themselves within the forest and Sleepy on the rooftops. But whether or not they'll be engaging, I don't think that's going to happen just yet because EA... Yep, Mormon's over there, gets spotted, gets shot down by Sleepy HORAA. And that's amazing. I think, yep, there's still 1 player left in EA. That's Tourney K in the compound, in the houses. And I think they're trying to go out into the open. If they get spotted, it's going to be over for EA.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of destruction for EA if they get spotted around here. But there's also these small crucial factors that we do make into the play, that how well the teams can actually like hold off these premises. It's going to be like a really, really important one. 15 teams it is. R8 is the only one that gets elimination, right? The rest of the teams, they're alive, they're still standing, they're in the matches, and all of those sort of things. EARENA down to the last, HORAA is down to the last 2. In fact, DRS, they haven't taken any kind of fight, and this is the place, this is the point in time that we do talk about all of this thing. Like, yeah, okay, the final match it is, and majority of the teams, the one that do go for the very high aggressive approach, usually like DRS, Tribe, AEROMACY, they haven't gone into the fight. They're making sure that they're surviving. They're going for a safer side of approach of the game. But you know, this thing is only gonna like work out if you're able to survive till the very end. This is not the moment where you're like, okay, we're surviving for the first 2-3 circles, then we're gonna go for the aggressive stances. No, you have to survive at least stage number 5 with all 5 players if you're actually going for a safer side approach.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now everyone's kind of like just playing it safe at this point. I guess there's a pattern to these games. There's the early game engagement where there's a lot of people who fall down all of a sudden, and then in the mid game it's quiet, and then all of a sudden in the end there's a lot of players that will die within like 10 minutes. It's a long game for these 16 teams. But over here, A1, they're taking refuge inside of this house. And there's Tribe AEROMACY that's rode into that same area. And it looks like DK is also there at a distance. Let's see if there's it's a potential third party. Tribe AEROMACY. I think they have information that there's another squad nearby. So they're gonna go ahead and try to see what kind of strategy they're gonna approach this with, because I just realized Zio is all alone right now. So let's see what happens.
We do have to see what's gonna happen. It's a slow-paced start, that I can say for sure, but later stages, that's where the situation is gonna overturn. Tribe AEROMACY, okay, together that they are near the side of A1 RG. The fight can ensue. Players are here. The shots, they're definitely going to commence in a short while, but the players wants to push forward into the close proximity of the enemy side, enemy territory. He wants to make sure that he's going to be taking everybody down to their last player. Then they're going to go for that aggressive approach. So far, you can see what's happening, what's going on with all of these players. Oh my god. Okay, nice choice. Good choice going on. But, oh, come on. Those crucial facts and figurines that you need to push. Come on, Tribe AEROMACY's cheesing it up. No, A1RG. this was your momentum. This was your time to utilize everything that you had at your arsenal. But what you are doing, you're down to your last player. You're down to the very last guy that is alive. And the situation might not work out for these guys. As Rick throws the grenade, it's not going to hit him. But in fact, it's going to hit Delta. Secret is here as a third-party engagement.
Oh my gosh, it's a mess, and I just saw Rig getting a lot of damage from that grenade, and now it's all up to Delta to get spotted by Team Secret, which is exactly what's gonna happen. Tribe AEROMACY is gonna get wiped out, and unfortunately, they're only walking away with one elimination. Of course, Team Secret, they walk in, but unfortunately, they're also taking a lot of damage. Frankie already lost themselves back into the lobby. Zerus still trying to throw in some of that smokes. Maybe perhaps they're gonna go ahead and get that, give that revive to one of their players, but not before throwing some bullets against that storm from a distance. They spotted him, and now as well. But DRS might be joining in on the engagement as well. Cyclone spots the area. DK Force is still within the vicinity, but not getting any of that backup just yet. But DRS is ready to take charge, or ready to go in and swoop in and get some extra eliminations on their side. So let's see what happens. Since DRS is freshly joining in, they might be going against YG right now.
I mean, it's happening, and I love it. The fight is happening. Come on. Can you get a knockdown? This is the right point in time. This is the right question to ask. If YANGON Galacticos is going to be brave enough to take that leap of faith onto their enemy's angle, take those fights, as it is DRS making sure that the enemies, the opponents, cannot touch them. It's a knockdown on one of the guy. The rest of the team is also closing on. Dan Chad, he's cooking his grenade. He's going to throw it up, and A1 RG, in the meanwhile, they're the one that's going to get eliminated on a different angle. YANGON Galacticos still into the proximity versus DRS. It is. The fight will definitely occur as YANGON Galacticos, they're not backing off from the fight. I love the fact about YANGON Galacticos is that if they decide to take a fight, if they are here to take a fight, they will take a fight, whether it costs them their life or it costs them any of their players. They will see it through the very end. That's a great start. I have to say, it's a great a mindset from the side of the team, but they need to work out on some of the gunpowder. As so far, I'm seeing DRS overpowering them, and YANGON Galacticos down to the last two players. It is, but there we go. Dan Chad once again from a different angle approach with the car. No connectivity, not finding anyone in that proximity. YANGON Galacticos, Dan Chad low on that HP, but finally Cyclone has been taken down. Smile was taken down as well, but Romeo Boy, now he's the only hope, the one and only, the final hope. Nade that's gonna hit. Oh my god, almost hit the area, but Zamza coming in with the clutch, getting YANGON Galacticos out of this vicinity. It is over for these guys. It is completely done and dusted of another team. We're down to top 12, Annie.
Absolutely. I mean, that was pretty beautiful on the side of DRS. Beautiful execution, and they walk away with even more eliminations on their side. But for your Team Secret, still not a full roster. They already lost Frankie, but all the while APG versus BTR somewhere at the distance. But of course, we're still watching Team Secret go against 4 Thrives at a distance. So Team Secret, they do have the houses, so that's one thing. But for Thrive, I think, I'm not sure where the position is. I believe they do have some vehicles on their side. All the while, EA and BLUZZ having their own trade-offs. But in the end, it's EARENA that will be falling. Still number 1 rank for this map, but that's only 5 points, and it's still the 13-minute mark. So, you know what? It was a good run. They had a pretty consistent performance in the first day, decent amount of points, but there's still 2 days left, and all the while we're looking at Alpha Gaming versus BTR in this place.
I mean, yeah, the teams that got eliminated, they're still the day number 2 and the day number 3 for you guys, but you're not going to get any more points, at least in today's matches. But the one that are still alive, like Secret, DRS, HORAA Esports, DRX, Fourth Rise, they still have an opportunity of securing some great number, and I say great number of points. At least in this match, it is Erangel. Everyone knows how Erangel is played, so you can definitely like tilt it up into your own favors. Tanchat so far trying to look with that 4-time scope into the area, not finding anyone, but thumbs up. He's gonna spot someone. Okay, he found someone, but is he brave enough to engage that fight till the very end or not? As the circle is also gonna take a shift. Samza now outside of the circle. He has to move in. Where example on the other hand, look at that. He is close to the area where the rest of the team's Secret is situated at, so the fight can definitely occur in that proximity. But oh my god, it's going on. It's going on. The aggression, the eliminations are happening, and DRX is the one and only team in the state number 4 to get eliminated for now. But BLUZZ versus another name. It's Vampire Esports, ladies and gentlemen, and Vampire Esports makes the short work of BLUZZ. BLUZZ out of the match, and once again BLUZZ not with a lot of BLUZZy gameplays. Only 5 eliminations in this one, and overall they're still gonna be on the 2nd or 3rd chart.
I know, that was so confusing. There were so many things happening, but BLUZZ did get a Vampire Esports finally joins the picture, gets a couple of kills on their side, actually 2 in fact, and they still have 3 players up and running. So over here, DRS, I believe they're a 3-man team right now. They still have 4 eliminations on the way, but BIGETRON by Vital, it looks like Bumblebee spots the movement, tries to get them sprays on, but unfortunately, it's not going to be connecting. BTR, so far, just 1 kill, and it goes to Curene. Pretty consistent performance from Curene so far, and so with that, hopefully they'll get a little bit more points, but from this distance, I don't think they'll be getting it from this area, so they're gonna have to go ahead and rotate into the area. Otherwise, we're looking at Team Secret as the top 1 team on this map with 6 eliminations on their side, and the next live team would be DRS with 4, and then HORAA still up in the running with 3 eliminations and 2 players on their side. It goes to the other way around, actually. VP with 2 eliminations and 3 players. So lots of things can still happen. We still have 27 players and 9 teams up in the running, and it looks like everyone's just waiting for that next stage of the circle to close in.
I mean, that's absolutely true. Secret trying to also like make themselves safe into the situation, but Terang, come on, you're in that shack. Nobody knows your location. Why are you actually providing your own location to your enemies at this point with those utilities that you're trying to dump, the throwables that you're trying to make? Even a smoke can be like detrimental here. It can make sure that the other enemies know exactly where you're situated at. And if they know that there's a shack, at that point, you should be inside. They will be coming close to you to throw the Molotovs, the grenades at you at that point in time. So I'd say it's better to stay into the safe side than to take the fight. But here we go. Vampire Esports, KINOTROPE. It's happening, ladies and gentlemen. The fight has finally occurred. KINOTROPE receiving a lot of damage as that's the 3rd one down of the KINOTROPE, but also the 3rd one down of the Vampire Esports. Miaola, the final hope of the team. It is everything up to the Miaola's hand. Miaola, whether this guy is going to be able to get those elimination or he's just going to skedaddle out of here. It all comes down to this guy. But KINOTROPE Gaming, they get finished off. Wait a second. By a different team, and I think that was the BIGETRON by Vitality. That was a 3rd party that ensued here, that came up out of nowhere. I think that did give enough time for Miaola to actually, think that, yeah, we're not taking the fight anymore. I'm not going to go for the save. I'm not going to go for the rescue. I'm just going to go and survive from this point onward as a solo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they don't have a choice at this point, but for everyone else, Miaola Still up in the running, still hiding behind. Oh no, not for long though. That grenade just ended them and a Vampire Esports completely. With that, they do walk away with 4 eliminations, but still, it's not gonna be enough. Especially if you're going up against other teams in the top 5. They have a lot of points stacked up against them. But over here, we're looking at DK. 4 players still alive, but unfortunately not any eliminations. So they're gonna have to step up. But also, while speaking of step up, 4 stars will be stepping up to the afterlife for now. I think they'll be saying goodbye until day number 2. And with that, we're down to the 5 top teams actually. Team Secret, DRS, and BIGETRON, Vitality, HORAA Esports, and DK. We're going to be seeing the potential winner, chicken dinner winner right now. Could it be DK, who still has all 4 players on their side? Beats Team Secret with the really good track record with 8 eliminations already? Or will it be one of these 3 other teams, DRS, BTR, or HORAA?
I mean, that's the question at this point. Out of all of these surviving teams, which one of them is going to have the winner chicken dinner? The top 5 it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's not going to be too long that we're going to see a winner chicken dinner take our team for the last match of the day number 1 of the PMTG training ground Nepal Pro. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Team Secret so far on the screen, trying to take a peek. Secret, GK in the Harry Potter Tower, Zeru outside, trying to move from one direction to another one, trying to figure out where he wants to go, where the location he wants to take up. So far, Cyclone is also looking from the back angles towards Secret. Not just any team, but on the Team Secret's angle. This is huge. That means that Secret has already been revealed. Secret's location is kind of revealed. It's going to be a difficult situation for them to actually do something for themselves at this point in time. But Cyclone, is he ready? Is he ready to take that action to a top notch from this in onward? Gonna be up to him. He moves forward slowly and steadily. You can see Kieran from the BIGETRON throwing a grenade and not getting any kind of connectivity. Oh my god. Okay, finally, no connectivity. Another grenade will definitely come into the play. And Cyclone is also doing his level best. It's all the 3 top 4, 3-5 teams that's going around against each other in here. And it's just going to be a single mistake, Annie. At this point, it's just a single mistake that's gonna determine whether the players will survive or they will not survive. And Risey, I think, has done that mistake at this point in time, because his location was revealed. He got a lot of damage. He don't have a car that he can utilize to get out of this place. So it's definitely a placement where Risey has to think of the strategy of using the smokes, making a cloud, making a detour for himself and for the team to actually get into the safer side angle.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things happening, but still no knocks until now. I believe there was someone who got knocked down just now, and we're still 22 minutes into the game. Still 5 teams up in the running. It looks like someone's burning up though, and that Molotov Trang got knocked down. I believe DRS getting those 5 eliminations in the bag, trying to see if they can find their 6 grenades, and will it get Shrang? Unfortunately, it won't. BIGETRON by Vitality going F1 on this field, but will they get another kill on their side? And it's gonna be something we're finding out later. But looks like Team Secret, although they do have 8 eliminations, they are in no condition to go ahead and go aggressive once again, unless they have the opportunity to go ahead and heal up. But Kurina gets Sleepy from HORAA Esports. Team Secret gets Cyclone as well. Jaiki's in trouble. Samsa is getting those sprays on against them. And so with that, DRS, 6 eliminations. Will it be 7 if Jaiki falls? But with that, HORAA is actually going to be eliminated off, and we're down to 4 teams. That's 12 players. So we are 23 minutes into this game, and Jaiki finally falls, but to the hands of Forest from the...
Nice. I love this. I love this. Every single one of them is going for that aggression. Is going for that aggressive stances. Kurin closing in. You can see if it rising, throwing a grenade. That's gonna hit Secret with all of those eliminations that they had for themselves on the
Wow.
13 total elimination. It's not gonna work out anymore. They're gonna be eliminated on the hashtag number 4, ladies and gentlemen. Now, going to the next phase. It is top 3. BTR, DRS, and DK. At this point, DK has the highest probability, BTR has the highest probability, and I would say DRS, in fact, DK, they might not buy because BTR is ready with that set elimination to the name. They're also have
Yeah.
DK is alive, but can't go in haywire in some place where on very aggressive approaches, but Sanhok on that tree, he really gonna get it over. Sam's being the final one again, slowly falling in, but to make sure that your HP back on track.
We are absolutely back on track, and it looks like we're down to 2 teams once a DRS is out of the picture. So this is a 4-man team versus a 4-man team. Will it be with their 8 eliminations versus DK, DPLUS Kia with their 0 eliminations? Now 1. They got 1. And with that, I mean, it's going to be a standoff between these 2 teams. Well, BTR, they're out in the open. DK, they're nearby buildings, and whether or not they're going to be utilizing it, let's just see, because it's BTR that's being favored by the circle right now. They'll be forced to go ahead and rotate into the area where BTR has a lot of control, a lot of area control. And DK, they're just by that one corner in the circle. So let's just see what BTR will decide to do. They're full squad, but on the other hand, the other team is also a full squad. They know that with their, with the statistics. But yeah, it looks like Arena's taking a lot of damage. Oh my gosh, they got knocked down completely. And will that be a finisher? That's a question. But let's see what BTR will do to respond to that. And DK, will they go ahead and go aggressive? I mean, there's nothing to lose. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Shit, that's a knockdown as well.
both sides have a knockdown, ladies and gentlemen. 9 elimination BTR, 1 elimination to the DK, DPLUS Kia. At this point in time, both parties have the circle for themselves, an entry inside of that circle. It's not going to be that much of a difference. But the next circle shift, where the stage number 8 will pursue, where the stage number 8 will go. That will be the crucial factor for the teams and everything. But Bumblebee, so far, he's going to make sure that there's a lot of smokes into the area, and he's going to move forward using those smokes, make a pathway straight up into the compounds. 13 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, 10 seconds, now more before we can see the stage number 8. But will the fight actually end before that, before any of those action can actually occur? Or we're actually going to see the BTR finally going to get back to the 4-man squad that they are, as they are getting that revive. There's a VSS into the back lines in the hand of 4, but for Fedron's grenade is actually going to make sure that one player is down, out of the commission. And now with this, it's going to be a difficult situation, difficult scenario for the side of DK to survive. The situation is not looking good whatsoever. No way, ladies and gentlemen. This fight, it's happening. It's going ahead. And the players, they are kind of in a very panic mode. DPLUS Kia down to the last 2 players. One is Fabian, one is Forrest. Both are not making any move from whatsoever point in time. Whosoever is going to make the first move is going to receive a heavy casualties. Be very careful in what you're going to choose, what you're going to do from this point onward, because if you're not careful from this point onward, DX might just take it away. BTR might just take it away. This can potentially be 12 elimination win of a chicken dinner, or this can potentially be a 5 elimination win of a chicken dinner.
Yeah, or a combination of both. But over here, DK, you're still at the edge of the circle. I think 2 circles in a row they weren't favored by the game basically. And now we're moving on to stage 8. Both of these teams they're just moving in really closely and goes to basically BTR does have the numbers advantage. Risey going out into the open, but Fabian is definitely not open fire. Grenade in, throws it, runs back into the house, and it looks like BTR is finally gonna go pushing in. That was basically a 4 versus 2. Definitely did not stand a chance. Congratulations once again to BTR. I believe this will be their second winner chicken dinner for today. It's consistency. It's just great performance. And for all the other games where they did not win the winner in their chicken dinner, they still racked up a lot of points. It was a good day for them. It was definitely a good day one, and I think they've pretty much solidified their place in top 1 for at least a few more maps.
I mean, yeah, they did solidify a decent number of points for themselves, at least in this match. But we're not gonna like know for sure how many total points they secured and what kind of a placement they have for themselves into the overall ranking on top of that, because overall ranking is where everything's gonna be like situated at. The players, the aggression that they're gonna have, how much points that they secured averagely for the first 6 initial games that they played on to the day number 1. Every single one of those answers is going to be revealed there. But yes, talking about the winner chicken dinner, DX, they tried their level best. But they were so close, yet so far away from the area. 12 eliminations to the BTR. Again, that winner chicken dinner is going to make them soar high into the overall ranking whatsoever. But Annie, there's a lot of other teams. Like Forthrise did a really decent performance in this match. There was some more and more game styles going around from the players as well. So, I mean, it all comes down to that. How good were your performance throughout this whole 4, 5, 6 games? In fact, I'm not. Let's just count out Rondo and the Sanhok. Yeah, they were kind of on the bonus side. The Erangels and the Miramars. In these 4 matches, how well were you versed throughout this whole game, throughout this whole contestation side, that you were able to secure the points? But it is the winner of the chicken dinner for the side of the BTR. Federalis, 6 elimination, 2 for Kurin. Kurin was also one of the guys that was surviving till the very end. We have 0 vehicle elimination. 296 meters is the longest elimination distance from the side of BTR. 63.75 is the total healing done in this match. 2 airdrops looted, 8 grenade elimination, and 57 is the total number of eliminations in this lobby.
Yeah, and we see Federalis again with the longest elimination of 296 in this match, number 6. A great sniping coming in from their side. And of course, a great job from BIGETRON by Vitality, surviving until the end with a full squad, no less. It's absolutely crazy. But yeah, that was pretty fun to watch. They racked up a lot of points for today. That goes the same with the rest of the teams as well, especially Rondo and Sanhok. Very interesting to watch. And we're seeing Feather once again as the MVP of the match. 6 eliminations, 824 damage, and of course they were the longest elim. And of course, survival time of 27 minutes and 32 seconds, basically the whole game. And yep, this is the match leaderboards. 22 points for BTR. Huge drop coming into second place with Team Secret at 13. DRS with 11. DK, the top, not the second team, the second place finisher for this match, is all the way number 4 with 7 points. HORAA with 6, EA with 5. That goes the same with BLUZZ. VP with 4, 40 with 3. That goes with DRX, A1, RG as well. And so this is the leaderboard Storix. That's crazy.
That is the leaderboard. Overall leaderboard right here, ladies and gentlemen. We have it. BTR 81 points. That's a very, very big boy number. Going up to Winner Chicken Dinners, 31 placements, meaning 10 straight up 20s from the Winner Chicken Dinner. They focused on those eliminations. 50 eliminations, the highest in the lobby. Not even coming close to like more than 15 points. The second highest is more than 15, 16, like a less elimination towards their side. That is only up to 34. 50 elimination, total of 81 points. Then we have EARENA, another name that went on the aggressive stances. 48 total points, 34 of the elimination, 43 for the DRX, 25 eliminations, 40 points for the DK with 24 points. And slowly and steadily that numbers are dropping down. The first shot is going really good with from 80 points all the way down to 30th marker. Still, you have 2 more days. You can still make it up for yourself. You can still get some decent number of elimination placements, and that overall ranking is positioned as well.
Yeah, and that was actually a pretty beautiful overall leaderboards. Yes, there's no question BTR solidified themselves crossing the 80-point mark on day number 1 alone. But top 2, I believe there was you know what, it's pretty easy to surpass, especially since the 40-point mark was crossed from top 2 to maybe top 6 or something. It's a very volatile place. You know, one good game and all you might jump from top 8 all the way to top 2 for no reason. And so with that, it's still day number 1. A lot of things can happen, especially since there are still 12 maps awaiting for these teams throughout this whole tournament. And you know what, we'll be seeing the same rotations, the same surprises. That 2 Erangel maps, 2 Miramar maps in the next days to come. And of course, 1 surprise Rondo and 1 surprise Sanhok. It's gonna be really fun, and it's something that you should look forward to.
I mean, that's exactly the thing. You have to be very careful of what's going to happen next from this point onward. And the 2 more days that's going to occur with Erangel, with Miramar's Rondo, and the Sanhok to occur. We will see you guys tomorrow with the same time and the same kind of action as today that occurred. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about time we head over and say our goodbyes as well. Going before that, tomorrow is going to be another intense day that I can say for sure, Annie, because that's one day where the teams will be trying to destroy each other to climb up that leaderboard into the overall ranking. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's about high time we say our goodbyes. We will see you tomorrow. Until then, have a beautiful day or night wherever you're from, and have a good day. Take care.